Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Pop it in just a second. We do have a collab today. Very, very important one. We'll be bringing our guests in just a couple minutes. I just want to say hi first. I think I'm hungover. Oh my god. I said we jump right into it. Today's a YOLO YOLO slow. That's a word. It's a goal. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, my lab assistants. I hope you're ready to experiment today. Hi. Today is going to be a little bit of a different one today. Well, definitely a new kind of experiment. Good morning. We're in a shared chat right now with our collab partner. My bad. I should have waited until we actually got together before setting that up. Damon, what the fuck? 50 on the soup. Excuse? I'm sorry, did we just start off with a $50 super? But more importantly, somebody's birthday. Damon, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Damon Chockable. Happy birthday to you. Wow, holy crap. That's very sweet of you. It's your birthday. You did it to me? What? No. Oh, thank you. Please take care of yourself, okay? And speaking of taking care of ourselves, which again, thank you. Today is a very special stream. We are doing a collaboration with Horatius the Dwarf. I've had the absolute pleasure of getting to learn a lot about Horatius, getting to know them, getting to spend time with them. And they offered to bring me aboard a collaboration about mental health. I know we're starting a little early, everybody. Also, redeems are off today, because this is I don't want to say serious, but, you know, it is a more serious topic. You know how much this sort of thing is very important to me. I'm still waking up a little bit. Garlic teriyaki, ooh. Good morning. Again, happy birthday, Damon. Thank you. Yeah, so couple little quick things is Horatius does have a lot of experience in this field. I don't want to speak for them completely, you know, that's not my place to speak for all of their stuff. We're not licensed professionals, so, you know, we're going to do our best talking about some very important stuff, but if you do actually need some therapy and mental health, you know, we're not the professionals here, but we can help definitely guide you along the way. We have a lot of topics and conversations we want to talk about. Not yourself or else. Or else what? So yeah, I just got water all over myself. I just wet myself. I'm still drinking my coffee. I'm still drinking my water. I have a little bit of a snack for breakfast. I hope that you're all doing very well, though. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. You throw a shovel at... I thought it was so bad. You throw a shovel at mountain? Well, we'll help with that. We have a lot of topics we're going to talk about. You guys know I've been having a lot of stuff over the last couple months, in fact. But what have you all been up to this morning? Have you had breakfast yet? Is everyone doing okay? I know we're starting early, like I said, but you know. Oh, where I can get at? So I know my new stream time I'm starting to do is an hour from now. But with Horatius, you know, we had to go a little earlier, which, hey, you know, I'm happy with that. Hi, Cozy. Hi, birthday girl. Mwah. Thank you again for last night. Thank you for the, more the evening, whatever I want to say, but thank you for inviting me yesterday. Coffee and matcha latte. Ooh. I've got a very basic coffee myself. I'm feeling ready to go with it. Yeah, I'm testing a lot of times with us. I have a lot of different times I want to try out, times I want to do. I don't think I'm ever going to go this early unless it's for like more collab or subathon-y kind of stuff. So yeah, probably more of an hour from now will still be the norm. Which I say norm, that's kind of the new stuff we're doing. Just want to say to you, 13 days and counting until I message you. You've been doing this for 2 months, Ocarina. You better blow up a planet. I'm at the gym. Get my physical and mental work. Yo, Ioto! Thank you for the messages, too. I'll look back at the rest. I obviously had to start prepping. If you guys don't, I'm okay saying this. Ioto is giving me little pointers and something very cool. Very cool. Hi, Pow Pow. Oh, I love that name. Hi. So I'm still warming my vocals. I'm still waking up. Zen is a little hungry, so during an ad break, she's gonna get fed and stuff. It's a funny day today. It's a very funny day. Not a funny like haha, but not a funny isn't a bad either. It's just like, huh, shaking things up, which is good. Hi, Dr. Tofu. No, you're good. You're good. Pow pow. Pow. I'm funny looking. Yes, you are. We're gonna join with Horatius in less than 10 minutes. This is a very, you guys can hear I have some different music playing too. This is something I've been wanting to do for a little while. It's very important. Mental health is a very important thing to me. And I like to be silly. I like to be sussy. I like to be loud. Have a good stream. Thank you, commentator. But once in a while, we do reel it back in a little bit, you know? We do talk a lot about these subjects. And I think it's best that, you know, we do it all together, but we do it with somebody who is quite a professional on their end. I've seen the stuff that they've done. I've seen it with Joe Cat. They recently had one with Joe Cat, which I was like, whoa. Guys, first off, Joe Cat's awesome. But second, the stuff they were talking about, it resonated with me. And I know a lot of us here do have, you know, mental health issues, which is nothing to be ashamed of. I have this funny little belief that often if you're watching anime girls online all day and interacting, we're probably a little fucked up with that. I say that teasingly, but when I watch streamers, it helps me calm. It helps me find more companionship without being parasocial. It helps me feel at ease in a way that I don't often get. And maybe I'm not the only one. So I think there's definitely a balance of people who have a lot of daily struggles, little mental struggles, health struggles, all of that. And that also, you know, we watch streamers a lot. There's a correlation. The same way that a lot of VTubers are you know, very shy or have a lot of, you know, somewhere on the spectrum and stuff. Like there's an oddly high correlation there that could be studied. Most here is the Depression Club. I hope we can make it a little better for you. We're pretty bumpy today, so I feel like the fate to bump into the stream. Thank you for talking about this. Of course, Pow Pow. We're a very silly, sussy, and strange stream. But once in a while, I like to dial things in a little like this. I've always found an importance to talk about this stuff, which you guys have heard of plenty. Even the music I'm playing right now. Listen, I changed the music even. Where's our silly... No, it's changed. It's changed, all right? People change. I'm a changed woman. Also, something came in the mail already this morning. I got a package. The Switch 2 came in. And Star Fox. You guys bought Star Fox literally yesterday. Star Fox on the Switch 2 and the Switch 2 itself both arrived this morning. So I have stuff to do after stream today. But then after that, I'm gonna set up the Switch 2. I mean, I have a lot of stuff that I really have to do right now. Obviously, tomorrow is Monday. You know, Monday is my hell day. I gotta go pick up the cards at the GameStop. I gotta go to get some of my mail stuff. I got some OBS stuff to work on. I got the Switch 2 to set up. You guys funded stuff on my throne, so I gotta do some orders. I have some D&D cleanup stuff. I have some cleaning up around the house to do. I want to try a thing called trial reels. I have my emails to go through. I have to finish my new media kit. I want to set up the marshmallows. The marshmallows is where you guys can send anonymous questions. I want to set up a special video. I want to send a get well card to a friend. I want to commission some artists that you guys paid for. I want to get some work done on the VR chat stuff. There's a lot. And that's not even counting how tomorrow is all the, thumbnails and clips and edits and oh my god. I think you should grab while you're out bonus to Star Fox funsies. Ooh. I did see you sent me a link. It might be that you're talking about. So, yeah, there is a lot to be doing. But that's okay. That's okay. I want to bring Horatius on, though. So I'm going to go grab them in just a second. Sure! Yeah. Worst comes to worst, I can always order it, too. And just adjust this. So, a couple things. I don't have my redeems on today. I don't have the TTS on today. But anything you guys do want to do, you're going to be able to talk with Horatius' chat, because we're both going to be in there together. You can see they're already popping off. We're going to be... Mostly, Horatius and I are going to be talking between each other. But we will do our best to address chat. We will be doing our stuff with you. Yomi, you got a great night. Thank you. We're a little early is all. I'm actually going to ping them right now. I'm going to send a thing to them right now. I'm ready when you are. All right. I'm going to call... Oh, wow. 1 second. Papa!
Hello.
Hello, friend. There we go.
Howdy. There you are.
I'm increasing the lad's size. I'm getting you on the screen right now.
Oh, good.
There we go. Good morning.
Good morning and hello to you.
Hi. Yes, I'm still waking up a little bit. If you want to mirror me, because I tend to turn my head to the left, you can mirror me.
I just, like all of the VTubers, you just look away from the dwarf.
No! You look very comfy when you do that.
I always do. So, as a reminder to those who might not know, I am old. And so when you said flip me vertically, I was like, yes, flip vertical. No, you mean flip horizontal. Yeah.
I mean, I can do that at a time.
Oh, God. My frame.
The frame!
Yomi, please. Games Done Quick just happened. The frames, you have to save the frames.
Oh, God. Oh, GDQ, yes!
Yeah.
I need to sit and watch that.
He looks cool as hell. I do look cool as hell. Thank you for noticing.
You do, and you know what? We actually have a proper D&D party here. We have a tiefling and a dwarf. We've got like either a fighter or a wizard, or well, I guess I'm more of an alchemist, so that would put me as an artificer.
Yeah, I can play defender and hold the front line, and you throw all kinds of concoctions either upon me or in front of me.
Exactly. Actually, question: Were you?
Yes.
Were you a 5th edition player, 3.5? Was it a different system? Like, what's your go-to?
When I started TTRPGs, I was in advanced D&D. And I played throughout the ages, and I have to say, I loved 3.5 when I was playing it. I don't miss it.
I feel that. That's been me, because when I moved to Pathfinder, 1st edition, which that's my go-to now, because I also started with 3.5. I was like, this fixes everything while still feeling familiar. I like the crunch. I enjoy the crunch, and I always get annoyed when people are like, the crunch makes me unable to roleplay. I'm like, well, that's a bit of a skill issue on your part.
True. But like, there's always like classes and paths you can build that are very like unga bunga I roll dice. Like
yeah. And it's why 5th edition, while it is as wide as an ocean, but is shallow as a puddle. It's very good for entry. So it's like, I may not play 5th edition, but I salute you because you were helping so many players learn, and they can springboard from that to more advanced systems if they even want to. Not that they have to.
Yeah, I firmly agree that that 5th edition is the entry drug for TTRPGs, and I'm glad that it exists.
Yes.
GURPS, shut up. No one's talking about GURPS.
GURPS. Let me
GURPS,
tell you
go back to
about.
the fucking closet where you belong.
Let me tell you about Fabula Ultima then, okay?
Oh yeah.
That's been my new addiction recently.
Gulps, no, that's something we do on the other platforms.
Oh, you mean at 7-Eleven? Big gulps?
Yeah, only beards. My only beards.
Oh. Sorry about the tail going up. That's a different story. Right.
I'm sure it's normal.
It's normal. It's normal. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, is the tail sensitive?
Very.
Perfect news.
Nah. Don't tell Broth Bowl.
Hey, Broth? Broth. This is good news. Yeah. Hey, man, can you and I talk about maybe Yomi and I, Yomi X Cora, perhaps?
I do tell my fans all the time. I am very open to more adult stuff. That's not my central focus. Sure. I like to think of myself as an early 2000s or late 90s anime where just, fan service and comments happen. Sure. But there's always consent. There is yes. A lot of that nod and tongue in cheek and all that sort of stuff. And I'm really happy about the new Ghost in the Shell anime. I'm very fond of that kind of age.
Yeah. So shall we do a brief introduction of each other? Because I'm sure plenty of your community knows about me. I'm sure plenty of my community knows about you. But I'm quite certain that just as much there's a gap in both communities about the other.
Yeah, I was just telling folks I've been seeing them a lot recently. New friends / always in the same neighborhood. So yeah, I'm hoping there's a lot of folks that know about each other.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I've reconciled is that the VTubing community is, again, similar to 5th edition, as wide as it might appear, it's a very shallow pond. And so, I have equated people like yourself and many, many others to me as, we go to the same corner store, but the most we talk is, a vague, oh, hey, you dropped that. Wait,
I never thought about that. And I'm an absolute sucker for encroaching in DMs. No, I love to just make friends in the space, find people. So the fact that you would come across I think it was you that did me first and stuff. I was like, this is my wheelhouse. This place is giving me friends, and this is what I want. So. I will be that person that sees you at the corner store, says you drop this, and be like, by the way, want to get some coffee sometime? Not in a weird way?
So I wanted to tell a bit of a story.
Sure, we can
after
introduce some
introductions. Because someone asked me already, hey, how did you and Yomi get to talking? And there's a very, very funny story about that. But first, hi, everyone over in Yomi's community. My name is Horatius the Dwarf. I'm a mental health professional and educator between Monday through Friday, and on the weekends I play a dwarf on the internet. So if you ever have topics or questions about psychology, sociology, or mental health, we're always down to talk about those, but we tend to keep the psychology focus streams on Sunday and gameplay on Saturdays at 10 a.m. EST every weekend. I'm also playing in the Narrative Declaration campaign, Season of Ghosts.
Ooh.
The Whisperwood campaign over on the Narrative Declaration Patreon and Twitch channel.
Oh, okay, that I gotta check out. My YouTube side is calling you Mental Health Dwarf.
That's awesome. I mean, that's honestly that's the rep, and I'm cool with it.
I love that. And of course, that little disclaimer I actually put. Folks are seeking proper therapy. We're here to talk. But do make sure that you seek out a proper professional where needed, because That's the most important thing. We can be a little springboard to help you find a little bit of
Yes.
peace for yourself.
Yeah, I am a professional, but I'm not your professional, and that's the real big thing. I have the ability to help people on their path, and I have plenty of clients that I work with, mainly my students. But like, I think as I put it with you in our DMs leading up to this, because you had a lot of questions about kind of the overall vibe of today.
Yeah.
Is the big thing for me is what we might talk about today, some people might find therapeutic. That alone is not therapy. This is not an environment for therapy. This is not a group therapy sesh with fucking hundreds of people, probably. I don't know. So, like, I gotta show him Horatius. Yes, you do, Lexi Blue. I'm literally your boyfriend's type. Oh, Liverian Voices. That's one of my favorite sea shanties in the world. I actually thought about singing it as I warmed up my voice today.
Oh God, I was doing lip trolls myself. Okay. I get you, and I love that. I'll introduce myself then as well.
Yeah.
First off, you just happy to be here. I know we're starting a little early, my lab assistants, and it's really good to meet the rest of your community too, Horatius.
Yep.
My name is YomiQuinnley, alchemist extraordinaire. Bit of a silly, sussy, science sort of theme. I do hand cams, Lego, science experiments, cooking. I do a lot of retro games. We always have a very high energy and interactive vibe, but we're not afraid to slow things down to actually, talk about mental health, bond. My goal is whenever I go live, because I do this full time, is when I can go live, if I can make your day even 1% better, then I've done my job. And I just love all the interactivity being with you. So yeah.
Well, you do a wonderful job with it. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
So let's break not break the sincerity, but break the gentleness of the vibe and get really kind of rude for a moment. So
I'm for it. Go ahead, break my kneecaps.
Well, it brings you to my eye level. Otherwise, I'm just staring face first into your titties, which I like, but is considered socially a faux pas.
I mean, if I really wanted to, if we wanted to be more your height, like I could just do this.
Oh, okay. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. You know what? I no longer feel bad about this story. Okay, so if I had a nickel for every time that a current or former, in this case with Yomi, at least currently at the time, Socks agency talent really rubbed me the wrong way at first, and then I gave them a second chance to get to know them and fell fucking platonically in love, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it is crazy that it's happened twice.
Yeah!
I remember when you popped into the scene, I was like, oh, this bitch. And then someone was like, oh, I really dig Yomi. And I was like, okay, I you are someone who has an opinion that I respect, so I'm going to try Yomi out. And I was like, okay, I'm actually rather smitten.
Oh, thank you. I this could be definitely a thing with what we discussed. I have a lot of confidence issues about myself. Mm-hmm. So whenever somebody says something kind, it makes me extra sensitive in a way of just like, I don't feel I deserve that, but thank you so much. I don't, almost to a point of like, I don't believe you. It probably comes with a lot of like past abuses and stuff, but that's for another time. It always touches my heart. And I have to say, like in a rebound, the way that you had come across, there was curiosity, there was an eloquent way that you carried yourself, and there was an immense amount of respect with pretty much everything that you were saying that it made me like take pause and say, this person, I don't have a ton of time in my life. I have to invest my time properly. I wish I could invest my time in everybody, but that's just unrealistic.
Sure.
But I was like, this person I do want to invest my time in. And I try to say that sounds like, oh, you're an investment. No, I just mean.
No, I'm just worth your time.
Yeah. I wish everybody I could give my time towards. I gotta be selective. And you've even checked up on me and stuff like that. And, well, that really does warm my heart.
Good. You are a life that matters.
Chat, they're already really cool. Gosh.
Yeah, sidebar, Yomi, this is a soliloquy to chat. So keep a counter of how many times Yomi ends up crying today. I have a personal counter that I'm trying to hit. I'll let you know if we get there. Side quest.
Okay. Lab assistants, don't you dare. Lab assistants, don't you dare. We already know how much I cried this week with all the love and, going to Indy and all the things that you all have said and...
Yeah. So kind of like someone taking all of those shadows that you hold deep in your heart and holding them up to the light and showing you the absolute truth of the situation, that those are simply insecurities that you cage yourself within, and that you are actually overall considered quite a positive presence in a space like absolutely filled to the brim with negativity, that you are one of the sunlights in darkness and that you are appreciated and you are going to leave the world a better place than when you arrived in it.
It reminds me of the quote of even people who always seem to bring light need someone else to give them light too.
Oh, true.
Fuck, we're digging right in. Oh! But,
one of my biggest weaknesses is that I'm a mental health professional who doesn't follow the age-old advice is that every therapist needs a therapist. And I'm just raw dogging my own problems.
So you don't have somebody to bounce off your own stuff with?
Just me and my wife, yeah.
Oh, you and your wife, except for the times when you have to watch BoJack Horseman and be gone for a week. Okay.
Fucking love BoJack.
I know. Let's see. All right, rain check, because I'm gonna be destroyed for the next couple of days. Yeah. Let's see some animes for sure. Oh goodness! You were gonna ask something earlier, and we kind of are. I sidetrack a lot. I talk fast. I talk quick. I get a little nutter butters. I ride with jokes. So, what was it before you were going to go before I so eloquently became tiny and insulted the dwarven height?
Oh, I was telling the story of how when I first encountered you publicly, I was like, oh, this bitch.
Oh, this bitch.
And then someone was like, yo, this Yomi chick is fucking cool. And I was like, and I was smitten.
I'm thinking back. I think it's Slim. I think it's Slimmo who told me, like, when I was like looking at people who I was connected with, because I always like to do a little research. I like to be like, okay, so where did they find me? How? I think it was Slim. Big loves to him. Oh,
like,
man.
Slim told you about me, or that I found you through him?
It was like, I believe it was him saying, like, yeah, he's a cool guy. You should definitely hang out with him, kind of thing.
Yeah, no, Slim fucking rules.
Yes.
Slimbo has the little gold star that I don't think he knows he has in my book, where he is the guy that made me look at that agency a second time. Because I'm very outspoken about being very, like, pensive about corpo people. I just think that that's a factor of the business that gets kind of like nasty. Now, not always, and not every agency is a bunch of monsters ran by a villain, right? Like, that's not fair to judge on anybody, and I don't want to make this the whole discussion. But
yeah, those who are outside of the zeitgeist are normally the ones that are doing fine. Win by doing nothing kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah. And so...
Hard agree.
I fell in love with Slim because when I first saw him, when he was debuting, this is a very funny story, and he and I have talked about this.
Go shoot.
When he debuted, the silhouette he used to tease, which was this, like, Omega Dorito-shaped, like, mega bodybuilder buff man.
Oh, yeah.
The silhouette of it looks like an old homeboy of mine from 5 years ago in Vtubing.
What?
Who is a mutual friend of ours. And I was like, hey, I didn't email him. I messaged him and I was like, hey, is this you? Like, I thought it was the guy. I thought it was my old homie from like 5 years back who like kind of watched me Vtubing for a while. I was like, dude, are you coming back? And are you like, is this like your rebrand that you're kind of stealthing out with? And he was like, nah, man, but I know him. He's my buddy. And I was like, let's fucking go. And so he and I became fast pals because of a mutual awareness of this old cat from back in the day.
Oh man.
And so I've fallen in love with the boy. Met and got to hang out with him briefly at MagFest this past January. Ooh. He was a sweetheart despite shitting himself to death constantly.
I heard about that.
Yeah. And then I gave Cammy a second shake because and I've talked about this publicly with her and without her. The straitjacket look really upset me as a mental health professional. And like with her recently debuting without the jacket in a new look, I'm over the moon for her. And then I'm meeting you and getting to know you, and I'm like, hot damn, what a bunch of lovely folks.
Yeah, like I again, having moved over to the indie side or stuff doesn't change the fact that I've had like good experiences, good friendships, and I've even said right out of this, like, I'm still gonna be seen with them. Like, I have a collabs in the works. We had to just push the date a little bit, but like, it's gonna have one of the SVA talents there. It doesn't change anything. That's what it is. But where I'm at with things right now, I've been, and I've talked to my community about this a lot, especially in the last 2 or so months. I've been wanting to focus more on myself.
Good.
And in this space, and this is actually a very big thing in my community. You guys remember, I practically had I don't want to say breakdown. That's a strong word, but I had a heart-to-heart where I was telling my community, I spent 3 years doing this, and I entered this sphere with only being a fan. I didn't have past experience, no past life, no voice acting, professional artist. Like, I have a graphic design degree, but it's only an associate's. No, no corporate this, Hollywood that. Because like, you'd be surprised. So many people in the space have something. I was like, I was a DoorDasher. Yeah. And in these 3 years, I grinded really hard. Because I very quickly was finding success. I was like, I need to do this because I need a healthy place to live. I need a healthy way to start living my life. But in those 3 years, while I was able to found the foundation for my life, building the base of my house, if you will, what's inside that house is still empty. Figuratively. Physically, yes, there's stuff in here, but figuratively, the house that is my life. Because I'm like, who am I? I didn't spend a lot of time doing my hobbies. I didn't spend a lot of time discovering my likes and my dislikes, and having not much of a childhood either. I never had that chance. So now I'm in my 30s, and it's like, I'm kind of a chameleon. I just kind of morph around what's around me, which I know that term is masking. And that's led to these last couple of months and to being like, I need to focus on me. And it's all these steps.
Yeah, and first, I'll say, one, that counts as a shed analogy, everyone. Put that up. It counts as a shed. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, Saber! What the fuck? Well, speaking of, we can build like a shed. Jesus! Can we get some Giga Sheds for that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail for a second, but what the fuck?
You're good. That's worth the moment. This is why I think genuinely speaking. Yes, let's go. That's one.
Yes.
I think that does represent like the most beautiful part of doing this online, right? It's taking the opportunity to grow as a person. And something that I say on here a lot is that, Yomi, you are the only person that you will have for your whole life. As much as this has become a really lovely connection that you and I have forged, it will be temporary. Statistically, at the very worst, or at the very best, I will probably die before you, right? And at some point, you will live without me.
Damn, I didn't know you were in your 40s.
We don't say my age on stream.
I tell my community I am closer to 40 than I am closer to 30, which people are very surprised by most of the time. Because, but then again, like I just said, I do lack a maturity, not immature and but maturity isn't just like, what is the world? So people are like, no, you can't be any closer to 25. Like, you'd be surprised.
Well, that to me is not maturity or immaturity. That's a lack of worldliness, you know? Like, just because you've not gone out and experienced a lot of other cultures or a lot of other peoples, that just makes you ignorant of those other things. That doesn't make you, underdeveloped. That just is an opportunity for things for you to go out and still experience, which is how I would frame it. I have the distinct privilege.
Exactly what I want to do.
Good, and you should. And you guys should support Yomi so that she has the ability to go and share her experiences and her lessons as she learns them with you all, because that's magic.
That's exactly one of my favorite things to do with streaming, is to do things I haven't missed out on, the things I haven't done. Like when we baked a cake, like around Valentine's, I had never done that before. I did my first Christmas tree. I mean, obviously there's a lot of gaming, but there are games that either are near and dear to my, like, the good days I had, or just games that I missed out on growing up. And
yeah,
there's a lot outside of streaming too. I started hiking, for instance, recently. That was a big one.
Good.
I really like that you call it that, though, because I've always was thinking to myself, I'm not immature, but you're saying like worldliness. I like it's a little more of a comforting word. I gotta roll with that more.
Yeah, I also think it's really accurate, right? Like, if you've ever met the old schmuck who's lived in the same neighborhood for 65 damn years of his life, that's a wise person, probably. They have their wisdom, they have their knowledge, they have the things that they're smart about from the time they've put in. But if you showed them, if this is some old black dude in the north side of Baltimore City who's lived in Baltimore his whole life, and you hand him some Taiwanese food, he'd be like, the fuck is that? Like, he's ignorant to it, because why would he know, right? But it's perspective. And I had the distinct privilege, I think one of the most privileged things that I can ever say about my life is that by being born here in the central east coast of America and raised in DC or next to DC, I had the distinct opportunity to be surrounded by literally every type of motherfucker that exists.
True, it's a melting pot over in DC.
Yeah, so when I graduated high school, there were 16 different people in my graduating class that had the last name of Nguyen, and 2 of them were related. Like,
no shot. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I too was in the East Coast, and I didn't have as much of a melting pot other than in the summer, because I was near a beach town growing up. Boardwalks, beach, stuff like that. And, Memorial Day would start, summer would really start, and you get people from all over the country coming over, because it was a pretty popular boardwalk area. We'll say no more than that, of course, but
sure.
You're right. It's when you get to really experience that with other people that you see the corner of the world you're in is just one small nest of many, many more, and everyone keeps their nests guarded to a degree, but you should definitely try to fly over to those nests when you can.
Yeah. And I think there's a very big thing to keep in mind, that you should shut your mouth and listen when new cultures to you are around. Observe, learn. Like, don't get wrapped up in the neurotypicality of needing to engage in conversation. If you go somewhere where you are the outsider, that is a time to observe, to listen, and to learn other perspectives. I'm not going to sit. I consider myself what is called a cultural psychologist, Yomi, which is in my field. Different people go with different types of core perspectives on how they approach psychology, right? And cultural psychology is one of those perspectives. And what that means for me is when I see someone's profile or someone's diagnosis or their circumstances or whatever. I look at cultural signifiers because, like, for example, there are some cultures where I'm going to use a very big and very simple example to keep this analogy brief. But, like, there are some cultures where hands on a child is not only normal, it is long been the norm.
Right.
You have to reconcile that from other people's perspectives. Hands on a child for discipline as, like, a family unit is abhorrent. And if you walk in as a professional into a family unit where that is their norm, and you immediately be like, oh, well, we have to stop that, you're not going to get anywhere with that family.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever good you were going to accomplish is dead. Because the moment someone feels like their identity or their culture or their traditions are being attacked, that is the quickest way to make anybody clam up.
That's a good way to phrase it. It's...
Yeah.
Yeah,
you have to approach people where they are. You have to learn and be open.
You gotta find that middle ground first, yeah. And the same could be said for even trying to, have opinions that you wish to share with somebody else, or if they're just doing the habits. If someone has a habit that they're doing, I mean, let's get to the easy example, like smoking or stuff. You can't just walk up and say, well, this 40-year addiction you've had since high school, you gotta stop. If there's this, it's like, well, hun, it's not, you're encroaching on a territory that's built into their core self. You can't change the value of a core self by wagging your finger and say you don't like that. You got to start from the basis of it first. And people can, cultures even can. I mean, cultures last up to usually 200 years before it fades off, or 250 years or so. America, 250 years. Oh no. But I think people are often just looking to cure a short term, and the short term will lead us to, again, either clamming up, quickly protecting, lying, not thinking about 5-10 years down the line. We stick with our comforts, we stick with our culture, we stick with what exactly we've known all our lives, and it does close a lot of bridges. It does prevent a lot of individuals from connecting or even rectifying issues between each other.
Yeah, it's a major block, and you need to learn. You have to be comfortable with ignorance, and that's something that I often push out there. Is like, it's stupidity is one thing. Being a moron or an idiot is to maliciously not know, to intentionally not know something. To be ignorant is simply to be uneducated. Ignorance is not a bad word. There are so many things that I am ignorant about. I promise you, there are things that Yomi could say to teach me. There are things that you in chat could say to teach me. There's things I don't know. And I'm comfortable with that ignorance. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, and vice versa. I feel really comfortable with that word. Now that you've said it, it's not a bad thing. Is ignorance. You know, I've always heard someone say, well, that's ignorance. Like, well, it's always used maliciously.
Yeah.
Going back to, again, the lack of a lot of worldliness I have. Yeah, there is a lot of ignorance, but it's not an ignorance out of wanting to be stuck in bliss or out of of just maliciousness, like you said. It does lead to one problem that I often have, though, and I guess it could lead to a good springboard of one of our first questions we could have.
Send it.
Well, I guess it would be phrased as, how does one find themselves to stop leaving everything behind to avoid trauma? For instance, maybe there's a place or a hobby that you used to go to or used to have, and it was associated, say, with a friend, and then you and that friend, you split up. Or a lover, another good example, a lover, and you can no longer associate yourself with that thing because it constantly reminds you of that person or the lover or group or whatever. Even it could be anything, activity. And I have that as a habit of mine. Is I do have a lot of trauma built up, and I constantly try to avoid giving myself more trauma. So there is an avoidance that I have of, oh no, this reminds me of pattern XYZ, maybe I just shouldn't be here. In fact, Spartan, you say me and WoW. I had that with 14, Final Fantasy 14. I had a really rough situation there that eventually just said, I'm just going to quit. And it's been years now, and people are like, you should go back. You should give it a try. I'm like, no, I don't want to. It's, there's a sort of avoidance, and it has led me to I have a lot of relationships these days with friends, but it's led me to stunt some what could possibly be growth or re-experiencing things that I love, and I've always wondered what are good ways to try to reignite that spark with it, or is it actually kind of a healthy thing to do that sort of avoidance, because there's so many other doors, and it's okay to close a couple doors? Question mark.
So, okay. The crux of the issue, right? Is how do I separate parts of a stimuli from other parts of the same stimuli, you know?
Good word.
A really easy one, because I can relate to this to something that happened in my life. There's a city in Maryland that has an arcade in it, a rather large arcade. It doesn't exist anymore. It exists when I was younger. I would go there with my family during the summer, and I would often see a friend of another family there, and we would go there. Tragedy happened. That friend of mine died. It was, had nothing to do with the arcade that we went to. It was completely unrelated. But I remember distinctly the first year of going to that arcade and knowing that my friend wasn't going to be there. And I went through exactly what you're describing. This this feels hollow without X. Or their ghost is hanging on that in a way. Right? And I feel like you have a couple avenues of how to handle that conundrum. I think that one of the healthier ways is that you reconcile that that's over. That thing is over with that person. And it can't come back. I don't want it to come back, or in my case, it literally can't come back. But I still want to do this thing. I still want to go to this arcade, or, I still want to play this video game, or I still want to play Final Fantasy 14, whatever it is. You pick up a new person and you go, you're my arcade buddy now. And you start building a new story with that person in that place. You say, this place is special to me and I like to share it. And then you change the foundation of the narrative, that it is no longer about you trying to recapture or rekindle what was lost, but now you're bringing a new person into your old story to start the next chapter with them. And it's about them.
I really like the idea of it being, like I said, a next chapter, because I've always treated it as the entire book is closing. Where what's the point of restarting when you have all of this that you had done? Did all of that in the past even matter? Because now it's done. And it's often become a struggle of looking back in the past in general. I even struggle looking at photos sometimes, because it could be like, those days are gone. Or, XYZ was great, but B and C happened and that was awful. And the B and C speaks louder than the XYZ. The good speaks louder than the bad speaks louder than the good. But yeah, as you're saying, instead of dividing that up, or again, closing a book on it, making it a next chapter, keeping the past in more of a positive spin, but letting it go, I guess, is the best way to put it.
I mean, you are the collection of your pasts and how you've turned those into your present, carving a road for your future. I'm getting to the age in my life where I'm looking behind me and reaching a hand behind me to a new generation of people. I want to help bring up new people to be their best, because eventually I will not be able to anymore. And so talking about something like your question, let's just use Final Fantasy 14 because that's the example.
Sure, just a little example.
Instead of going back to Final Fantasy 14 to do it as you did it, maybe you go, hey, friend who's never played Final Fantasy 14 before, I was kind of thinking of getting back into FF14. Would you play it with me? And then you get to watch them experience it for the first time. And that new story is about you Sherpaing your friend through experiences that feel familiar, but now you're Obi-Wan, right?
I like that. Because even in this space with VTubing, my biggest goal is to find a diamond in the rough. When I have the money to find a diamond in the rough and be like, I'm going to buy your PC. I'm going to sit with you. I'm going to buy your model. I'm going to teach you things. I want to, VTubing saved my life, helped me out. Like, I want you to be this next part of it. Let me guide you through. I like that analogy. I mean, that idea of, again, using like other examples, like FF14 or something. I can go back to it to guide somebody else rather than trying to rekindle what it's just not going to happen again. People part, things happen that will muddy an experience, but I guess a part of that mud, if mud is on a couple of pages, that page is always going to be a little soiled. You can only clean it so much. You got to just turn to the next one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's that or die, right? Like
die.
I use that very curt framing often. Like talking about depression, it's like, okay, well, you can either eventually get up and keep living or die. Like, you can't, like, I take this from from learning from playing Fear and Hunger. If you have ever played Fear and Hunger, it's a really, really interesting RPG maker game that deals with very heavy, like dark and heavy fantasy shenanigans.
I watched Super Eye Patch Wolf with both 1 and 2 on that. Love that guy.
Yeah, it's very, me too. It's very early Berserk manga.
Yeah, it is.
It's very early Berserk in terms of tone. Super chat cheer. I don't know if sorry, I don't know. No, we're in the shit.
We're in the thick. So chat, do apologize. There will be a lot that we miss in the in parts early on. Maybe we'll open the floor a bit more for folks over time. But we're gonna dig into the weeds for a couple of hours before we which means stick around to the end. That means we can help you all out near the end too.
And I am glancing. Like, I do see you guys. I'm trying to chat in text when Yomi's talking, and I see Yomi's trying to do the same.
Yeah.
Excuse. But
you're allowed. I got snacks too.
Oh, I got some beef jerky. Anyway.
That's literally what I got in the fridge. I was gonna grab some jerky. I didn't eat breakfast yet.
What?
I can't digest until like a couple hours into the day. So my body's still not quite ready, but I got some granola clusters and some jerky because I like to eat healthy during my streams.
Okay. This is a total sidebar and I don't care. Can we talk about how oats or granola in yogurt is adult cereal and it's so underrated?
It is. I tell my chat all the time, cereal itself is dessert. That trick cereal, that Lucky Charms, that's just dessert. That's not breakfast.
Yeah.
I did that last night during a Mecha Chameleon. I had cereal, a sweet cereal, just poured into a cup and snacking on that, which I accidentally muted myself during a part of the stream for 2 minutes without realizing it. But professional streamer. No, I 100%. I got this right here. Please chat, put those Skittles aside, put the burger down, have that after stream, whatever, but drink water, have healthier snacks during streams, beef jerky, granola clusters. I have a banana a day. I measure chat's banana length. Don't ask. Oh.
Banana for scale, I get it. But my beef jerky of today is some Old Trapper with pepper, the peppered. Old Trapper beef jerky.
Oh, I got some Tillamook teriyaki for later years.
Oh, hell yeah. What were we on about?
Oh, that's fine. It was a little bit about the chapters turning through helping get through older traumas. Because I guess a side note, my brain does relive it a little bit. I've been talking with my therapist more about this, where I have CPTSD, and a lot of that came from family trauma, but it often will get re-triggered from like similar events or similar phrases. I'll start hearing parents' voices. I'll start having bad sleep over things. Often when there is a moment of failure in my life, it will recycle the multiple failures beforehand. And it's led to such an aversion of failure. And it's hard because you're walking on these eggshells of, I've had 3, 4, 5 things happen of a similar situation. If it happens again, those other past 5 things are going to resurface. And that's a whole nother bag of worms. That
I kind of... Okay, so briefly I'm going to aside with something that I said on a recent one of these types of streams with Joe Cat, because I think that the same wisdom would herald with you. You have to learn how to be okay with failing.
Yeah.
And what I literally said to Joe, and I'm saying to you now, is, Yomi, you are becoming a close friend of mine. I'm very fond of you.
Same.
I need you to look at me in my eyes, my old man eyes. And no, and hold on. Too close. My old man eyes. Someday, you will hurt me. Someday, I will find you underwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
And someday you will fail me. And I want you to know that I already forgive you. Do you believe me?
I do. And I wish more people did that. I say that to my friends too, of when something happens, I'm not going to lash out. I will talk. I will call you. I like calling more than text, more conveyance of emotion.
Yeah, same.
And I would want to sort things out. And I've had friends who did that, who they've hurt me, I've hurt them, because that's just a normal thing. It's not like we're malicious.
That's life.
We do stuff, yeah. And
life's a messy bitch.
It's been on twofold. It's been on one side where the person and I oh yeah. In fact, I feel closer now that we've shown we can safely and amicably navigate stuff. But I've also had people who I made a mistake for, and then 4 months go by, and they'll bring up that mistake, and then hold it against me then. And I'm like, I could barely even remember that at that point. I told you beforehand we can discuss, and you held it to your chest like an ace of a spades to throw in my face later. And that's when I would lose that sort of trust. That's when I would be further disappointed. It's like, well, now, I might have hurt you in that past, but the fact that you couldn't address it for so long and are using it like a weapon, it's practically turned you into the person now being the one who is wrong. I'm sorry I did that, but I'm even further sorry that you have to do this sort of thing. And it sadly happens a lot more common than I wish it didn't. But moving back aside, I think it's incredibly important for people to discuss early on. I'm sorry, this is a very,
no, you're good.
A very impactful thing to me. That people need to know that you can navigate with that person together. Otherwise, you're going to be walking on eggshells with them for your whole life, and that's not a friend. That's a existential threat you're hovering over your head.
Absolutely. In this budding information era, it is becoming all the more prevalent and practical to keep easily detachable relationships. If I chose to do so, it would cost me literally nothing to stop talking to you after today.
True. Could literally just block right after this if it came to it. If we're being realistic.
Not even block, just fade out, right?
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't hurt me. There's no, depending on how it's handled, there's no societal damage I have to deal with. It's very easy to just let people go, especially online. And the ease of that promotes itself, which is kind of tragic.
It's so tangible. It's practically ethereal because of it's online.
Yeah, and that makes it easy. And we and in all human behavior, people will always, like, statistically will opt into the easiest, what at least feels like the easiest route to soothing. Path of least resistance. You're right. So if I have a bad interaction with you and I don't care about keeping this connection, it's easy for me to just like slide out and never come back. Super easy, actually.
Yeah.
That doesn't make it the right thing to do, obviously. But
yeah.
but it is very easy to do. It's very real. And so, like, you mentioned something, and I want to take this back to your CPTSD.
Sure. I say as I mention.
You mentioned that some, like, people use that hurt that they had and didn't process to hurt you. This is the incorrect application of pulling out the knife of pain and stabbing someone with it. Because with CPTSD and PTSD overall, my biggest thing that I always suggest for people is when you are dealing with trauma that you're processing, whether present or you're digging up past trauma to move past it. I'm gonna get a little dwarven here.
Go for it. I'm so invested right now in this part.
Your trauma turns your history turns these traumas into blades, and your body is the sheath. Your heart, your mind, your back, wherever you were stabbed, that pain is your sheath. And what you have to do is take those jagged blades out of your body, feel the hurt as that blade has rusted and gone jagged from blood crystallizing on its edge. It's going to hurt to pull out. But you have to walk through that valley. You have to draw that blade out so you can pull it out, look at it, and then either throw it on the ground and walk away from it and not let it hurt you anymore. Or my preferred method is you reforge that pain into a lesson. You make it an armament of your future and of your current. So you hammer the old blood that you baked onto the blade, either into it to harden it or off of it to purify it. And then you make your own sheath and you go, this lesson, this sexual assault that I'm trying to move past, this abuse from a friend, this social shunning, this, family trauma, this whatever you want to, whatever it was, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to take this and I'm going to learn from it and I'm going to make me a better person with more tools in my belt and my apron so that when something like this happens again, I know how better to respond to it.
It's heavy. Just like the hammer forging the blade, that's heavy. But turning it into a lesson, into a way of defending yourself for the future. You're never going to be able to win every one of these battles. You're never going to, even with the strongest blade, you're not going to be able to face everything that comes. But it will make you more equipped. The more I hear it, the more I think to myself that it really is a flip that needs to be done. Is rather than letting it haunt and hurt, it's got to be flipped into something that can, help defend yourself, help learn to see these patterns again earlier. And I guess as said, as it's at its worst, is if somebody tries using stuff against you, or again, holds on to something for many, many months and then unleashes you to it later irresponsibly, you'll be able to handle and catch it better because you've gone through it before. And I know it comes to the departing side, but it's come to me that if somebody does that to me, I'm not going to make the same mistake twice of trying to work through when I'm realizing they're not looking for a conversation, they're looking for a battle. And at that point, again, it's not friend, it's a fiend. And I don't want to turn anybody into a fiend. I don't want to have enemies. I don't want to have people that I'm just like, all right, well, sorry, buddy, but you, I don't want to be treated that way. But that's a boundary.
Right. Yeah.
And I have said to my community before, I'm practically boundaryless, and I gotta fix that. I've gotta stop letting people step on or take advantage or, again, hold my naivete or immaturity where I make mistakes. I'm at some of my jokes, some of the things that I say just out of lack of knowledge. Sometimes I take a joke and run with it. That's a big thing. I will run with humor, and I run so fast that sometimes I'll knock something over. I'm sorry. But I don't know I knocked that thing over. You gotta let me know. And that's not just me. That is a normal thing that everybody does do. Whether, for me, it's I go too quick. For others, it could be rambling. For others, it could be that they have culture, as we said, cultural stuff they've stuck with all their lives or old habits. For me, it really is this funny? Let's go. And, oh, shoot, I didn't realize that humor's not for you. But they don't tell you for half a year or so.
Right.
But if somebody does tell me, you've knocked over this expensive china in my house, I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. Let's talk about this. What can I do to rectify? But if they hold that and then send me this expensive repair bill 6 months later, of course I'm going to be hurt. Of course I'm going to be feeling distrustful and realize, well, that's now that it's been held for so long, it's practically more of an attack than it is advice because you can barely remember what you've done that time or the context is it's been long past.
Yeah.
I guess in those situations.
I sent you an image.
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
I sent you an image, and I'd like you to show it on stream because I want to talk about it because you mentioned boundaries.
Oh, yeah, I love doing that kind of stuff. It'll take me 2 seconds.
Yeah. So this is, in my opinion, the model for a perfect boundary.
Perfect barrier, gelatinous wall with a strong, deep foundation.
So, if someone has a boundary, and you should have boundaries, I think the best way to construct it is what your boundary is, the foundation, where its origin point is, should be firm and it should not move. If this is a boundary you have, then don't push that wall. Where it is where it is. But people are fickle, and as I've said before twice already, life's a messy bitch. And so the wall that sticks up from the ground, from that strong foundation, should be firm but soft. It should have malleableness to it. If Yomi finds a boundary of mine, I think the best way for her and for myself is to let her push into that wall, let her feel the resistance, stop her as she pushes into that boundary, let her know she's found it, and then let it bounce her back without hurting either of us. I don't feel hurt because she hasn't crossed my boundary maliciously. She doesn't get, face planted into a wall. And she learns, I learn, right? And that, I think, is how you should frame your boundaries. If a very simple one to example is, let's say sexual comedy is a boundary, which I think everyone should have a line somewhere in the sand when it comes to sexual comedy, when it comes to you and your friends and you to strangers, you to your community, etc. I love my wife very much. I can flirt with my friends. I can flirt with people online. But if Yomi and I were like, hey, but at Off-Kai, this is my room number. Like, at that point, that's crossing a boundary in my marriage.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
That's a very good way to phrase it.
You know? So, go ahead, sorry.
No, I see that, especially with 2 levels. You mentioned like off Kai. Like, if I give a friend a hug, and it's like, oh, I'm not, please, like, no contact. I'm like, oh, you let me know. Like, my bad.
Yep.
Didn't realize, I am a hugger, but now I know. But that's okay. And that person also shouldn't run off and be like, well, they did this and they touched me and this is like, well, okay, well, like, it was an innocent hug. Like, that's something normal with folks. But like on the opposite side, if you mentioned sexual comedy, let's say I made, I don't know, like some sort of joke with somebody and, they didn't like it, but then they say, that was too far, we can't be friends anymore. Like, that's not giving even any form of a resistance. That's just a full shutdown.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I've kind of realized that some people are too far. Like, they're gelatinous. There is no gelatinous wall. It's just like a brick all the way past it. Like, that was too far on their end to just say, like, I can't forgive that joke you made. It's like, literally, we just met today. How can I know?
Yeah, that's not a wall. That's a barricade. That's got spikes in it.
Yeah.
If you bump into someone's boundary and you get hurt in the process, that's not a wall. It's a battlement.
Deadly lasers. Yeah, I've seen that kind of thing before.
Hey.
I've experienced that before.
Mm-hmm.
And it hurts. It genuinely really does, because you shouldn't lose an entire chance at a relationship. You shouldn't lose a possibility of something wonderful from one mistake that you had no knowledge of going into. I meet people by being funny. I meet people by starting off funny and then extending a hand and talking more seriously. You can ask a lot of my friends, anybody who is here too. Like, you'll get to know me on stream, and I will be wacky. I'll try to my best to make you laugh, and I'll find those boundaries gradually. But then we get in a call, and my voice calms. I ask them how their day is. We talk about things, and I try to be a very open book. It's not that I'm not the same person on streams. It's just like that's another side of me. I can be quite gentle. Yeah, I've been told. People trust me a lot with secrets, and I'm just like, I'm honored that you find me very trustworthy and you can be vulnerable with. So I, of course, be very careful with what I hear.
I think, very firmly pegged you as a matron.
A matron?
You're a caregiver.
Oh.
You're a person who keeps a sanctuary. People feel safe with you.
Oh, that's the first time someone called me that. Fuck. For a moment, like, what's that? What is that word? Oh.
Yeah, a matron is like the mother of a house. Not necessarily the mom, but like not by blood, but by authority and by actions.
Yeah. I got you. Honestly, that is what I would like to be seeing over time. Is I jokingly said, like, one day I want to make a group here in VTubing. Maybe agency, I don't know. But like one day I want to run a little bit. I want to give a house, figuratively. This place, VTubing, has provided me with quite literally a shelter. I've been able to afford an apartment due to VTubing and all that. And as it gets better and as I can save up money and, most importantly, learn more about myself like I am today, I do want to be a matron. I do want to provide for others in this space in ways that are more than just, giving my kindness through words or just being there on a call and listening. I want to be able to be like, hey, go buy yourself that. Or, I I don't know. I love this space. It's got its ups and downs. But if with all the hurt that happens here, I think more of us need to be able to provide some of that shelter for others. And I'm rambling. VTubing is just where there's a lot of people who are broken in this space.
Well, yeah.
if your goal is I want to be an anime person online, that's not a bad thing, but definitely shows there are some quirks.
I'm just gonna say it. If you've decided to be a streamer as like the main thing, plan A and plan B have failed. Like, like not guaranteed, sure, especially as the younger generations come up in having idolized streamers, right? Maybe that was their plan A and they're idiots for that. I tell my students that all the time. I have students every year, Yomi, that are like, oh, I want to be a YouTuber when I grow up. And I can't tell them that I stream online, but I want to be like, don't do that.
No.
I tell them every time. They're like, oh, well, I don't have to, but yeah, I want to do it because I'll make money and I don't have to go to college. It's like, if you want to make money doing this, get a fucking business degree first. Like, know your fucking market before you start to wade into the water or you're gonna fucking flounder. I hope your parents have money and a basement you can live in because it's not gonna work out at birth.
Yeah, like I was doing DoorDash for my first. I was doing that for many years. Before that, my thing was I was doing teaching. I was working in a school, and before that, I was the bus driver for starters. But it was not, obviously didn't pay the bills. DoorDashing pays more than working in education for most of us. So I was doing DoorDashing and it was paying the bills, and I was like, well, I still want. What's my? I was at Plan C. I wasn't like Plan C or D. And like, well, I'll try. Maybe streaming will be fun. Maybe that'll make me happy, and it certainly did. But it took off very quickly for me, and I got lucky. It was hard work.
Yeah,
it wasn't just luck, but there was definitely luck.
Yeah. Well, the way I always put it is luck is important in this line of work, but you have to show up to get lucky. You can't win the lottery if you don't buy a ticket, right?
Yeah.
So by you showing up and putting in the effort, and not only that, but being skilled at this, because Yomi, luck brings people to you. You have to be good enough to keep them. And
literally.
You have clearly played a level of ability.
Luck is
sincere.
Yeah, luck is preparedness being met when opportunity comes.
Yes. Someone did ask a question that I can address really, really quick.
Absolutely.
It's a question that you and I have kind of danced around. How does one struggle with accepting people are nice to you? That's actually something that I did on my journey. So I am the middle child of a middle child of a middle child. I have one older brother and one younger sister, and when my father remarried his third wife, who had 2 children, I had a second older brother and a younger brother now. So I was first the middle of 3, then the middle of 5. I know what it is like to be neglected, to have my needs be sidelined, and to never be the baby and to never be the old reliable. And so I carried that trauma from my family grow up into my adulthood, thinking that I was never worth gifts from my wife. I was never worth kindness from my friends. And that if anything ever was done nice to me, I should endeavor to repay it threefold. And this is something that I have already deigned to do in a healthier way, which I will be doing for you. Make no mistake, Yomi.
Yeah, no, this actually hits a little bit too. From a lot of past stuff. My community knows every time they get me something nice. I cried like 3 times this week alone. So no, you're preaching to the choir. Carry on. I feel this.
And so, in what I have learned when Throne as a website came around. By the way, I listed my Ko-fi as half as a joke earlier because you were talking about how people in education don't get paid, and how my wife and I both work in education. So if you want to help a pair of educators during the summer where income is low, help. But bits aside that are half true, shit. Right.
Okay.
When Throne came out, I was like, I'm not going to get it because I don't want people to give me things. And what I learned was we have a thing in VTubing that's really common where people go, oh, blah, 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 you're so lovely. And the person's knee-jerk response, say it with me, no you.
Nope. Yeah, exactly. No.
I fucking hate no you. If I walked up to you, Yomi, and I handed you a flower and you slapped it out of my hand, that's no you. Fuck that. That's rude as shit. Don't say that shit to me. At best, say you also. Sorry, at worst, say you also. Because then you're reflecting the compliment back to me.
Oh, I like that. That is a better way.
Yeah.
It's like to me, there's a different one, but when people, thankfully this phrase is less, but a couple years ago, someone would say less. And that was a way of saying, I agree with you. You can stop talking, because I get it. I was like, okay. But for me, I was like, you're just telling me to shut up. That's kind of rude. Also, thank you for the throw things. What the fuck? You got stuff for the bearded dragon and stuff to decorate my house. I love the soot sprites. I'm gonna some soot sprite decorations. Oh, thank you.
Deserved. But yeah, so to bring this home.
Yeah.
Because I'm prattling.
Same.
To get better at being to receive positivity from others, I think a core tenet of that practice is to recognize that it's not about you. That action is a kindness of someone else, and it is rude for you to deflect it. And you should bow your head. You should accept it, even if you don't agree with it yet. But please accept it. And then if you really can't accept it, try to learn why. If I tell Yomi that they're a wonderful person, and I'm very grateful for them sharing part of their life with me, and she doesn't want to accept that, what I expect this bitch to do is go, why does he think that? What have I done to make him think that?
Literally, the second you said that, even as you were using that as an analogy, when you said, oh, lovely person, my eyes, like, grimaced tightly together, like, as a literal knee-jerk reaction. Quite literally proving the point of, it's not that I want to disrespect it. It's not that I'm like, oh, bleh, that's gross. No, it's literally just like, ooh, why do I feel like I don't deserve that? Because you're right, we do deserve, and I'm sure you know this plenty. We can dish out, but we can't take. I can genuinely, and not just like, have a nice day, you must. No, I mean like, hey, I hope you're having a good, like, I can genuinely give these compliments out with meaning. But receiving them, it's getting better over the years. It's very slowly, but it is getting better over the years. But it still struggles. And I think a lot of people here, just like what Bonnie was saying before, really do. The question being why. That's a great, rather than deflecting, rather than, as I said, even being, I think you're right, it's rude. I think you're right, it is rude to say no you, because you are slapping it down. And I've never thought about that. But when you put it into that perspective, you're right. Someone is giving you kindness. And rather than saying, thank you, you as well, you're just like, nah, you. Well, yeah, if someone gave you a gift and you threw it on the ground and gave them a gift instead, it's gonna be a hard gift to swallow.
Yep. Emotions are not transactional. And if you show someone that you care, you should accept when someone does that for you. Because that's endeavoring. Accept people's honesty, even if you're not sure if it is. And if someone pays you a compliment, the least you can do is accept it. And if you can't accept it, then the best thing you should do is learn why.
So, I think this brings the next part of that question.
Okay.
Like our guest that asked, Bonnie, and like I would wonder is, then why is that? Why do we recoil? Why do we tense? In my case, I grimaced. Not out of anger.
Out of defense.
Out of what?
out of defense. It's a defense response. It's an assumption that this compliment is meant to lower my guard and make me vulnerable to less genuine advances. It's that not always. I don't think that that's all, but I think that that's really common, especially when you look at people who tend to do this, tend to have in their past a lot of trauma about being taken advantage of and being manipulated. And so this is a defense from letting people in.
It is. It's because it's a knee jerk, and a knee jerk reaction is just like you said, something out of I didn't like that, or I need to suddenly raise my guard, or it's like when your heart suddenly picks up in its pace. And I think from my case, or as Bon is saying, it is putting up a wall. When you've had your heart vulnerable, or you've trusted, and your first thought of someone saying something kind or doing something kind is, well, what do they want from me?
Right.
And that's not a healthy way to live, far from it. And
right.
I'm healing from it. I think it takes time to heal from it. I think it takes a lot of time to heal from it, depending on how deep the trauma goes.
Yeah. And Yomi, hand on your shoulder, looking you in your big beautiful eyes. I'm here for your clout and your money and your prestige.
Yay! Well, all right. Okay, I understand. It's been a great stream, everybody. We're gonna have to take 10 paces. I'm gonna only take 8 and then shoot. So, we're gonna see what happens.
Oh no, I'm gonna be shot for a 5th time.
But it's funny because when you say that, it sounds ridiculous. And it's really shining a light on like, why, okay, this feeling you have, I'm not gonna be rude and say it's dumb, but like, here is why that is a little over the top. A little like, but what really, like, what? It's like when someone asks, think about why you feel sad, or think of why this happened. Think of the realistic scenarios. And
okay. I'm gonna get medieval. Yomi, sorry to interrupt.
Gonna get medieval on your hiney. All right. You Weird Al.
Love that. Love
Yes.
Weird Al. I have the second autograph. It's awesome.
Yes.
If you walk up to a motherfucker and they have a sword and shield and you have a sword and shield, or if you're using like a hand and a half sword and you walk up with your shield raised or a guard raised, you're already giving ground in the fight.
Oh.
And being defensive like that is setting yourself up for the failure you're attempting to prevent. If a new person comes into your life and your first response is shield up, defenses up, don't let them in, you've already lost. You are sabotaging yourself. It's okay to keep your guard up. It's okay to, not have your hands behind your head, feet kicked up if someone's walking towards you. But there's no reason to draw your blade. There's no reason to raise your shield to cover your vision. Stand up, welcome them, and if you feel like you need to have your guard up, keep your hands on your hips. Be ready.
Talk softly, but carry a big stick.
Yeah, but don't push people back just for approaching you.
Thank you, bro. That is a really, really good analogy. I mean,
yeah.
I try not to, but I've definitely had my shield up at times where it really wasn't needed, and it does come from that repetition of past over and over, seeing the patterns, or going back to the very first thing that we said of avoiding something that has done trauma in the past. Why avoid friendships then? Like, yeah, you've had friendships hurt you, so are you gonna start avoiding every friendship? Fuck no.
Then not. Like, Oh God, what's the Hobbit quote? It's so poignant for this. Beware, Master Frodo. It is a terribly dangerous business stepping out your front door.
Oh, I want to pick up what Bonnie said here too, because I actually have something to say, which is a big fear of opening up is fear of what people will find out more about me and not like what they see. I actually have this is the part that's helped me, which is to be unapologetically yourself. If you are around people and they don't respect or enjoy the person that you are, then what's the point of that friendship to begin with? I like to discover that early. Again, coming the whole time, who do I want to invest my time in? If I'm with people and I realize, look, like this isn't really my crowd, or I can really tell that this is in the long term not going to work, you're not going to force a square peg in a round hole. You can be amicable. You can still be around some of those folks, but there are always people out there who will embrace you for many of your sides. Possibly not every single side. That's like your significant other you'll eventually find. But I have a lot of friends where we have a lot in common, but then there's some stuff where like I have no idea what that is, or I'm not really into that or whatever. That's great, because now I can learn about stuff they'd like that I've never heard of or whatnot. But if you can't be around somebody as your real self, then then you are essentially lying about yourself to them, and that's not a friendship if you have to lie.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are a spectrum of light, and I think it's okay to let people in on some of the colors, but not all of them. I have friends that I don't bring online into the streaming space. There are people from streaming that I don't bring into my IRL friend group space. There's parts of my life that I shelter from others, and there's parts of that life that I welcome people into that part alone, right?
Right.
And that's okay. But I think what's really important is that you never have part of your spectrum be for no one.
Oh.
You always have someone available to every part of you.
Yes.
You need some you time, that's one thing, but you should never be alone in your own perspective with any part of yourself, because that's where spirals can form.
Yeah, how we even have different friend groups. I've got, I have, well, not many offline, but I have a couple offline who, I think most of them know that I'm a streamer, but like we don't talk about that. A lot of my VTuber friends, some are particular game groups, some are fully like very, very open about a lot of stuff, not every little thing. And some are just late night anime, like nerdy stuff. I think a lot of people, and I've done this too for the longest time, a lot of people think a friendship has to be, super buddy about every little thing. And no, you can be a friend having just a few things in common and just like, yeah, that's my friend where we go to tournaments and play Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, are they also your friend that you do, bowling with? No. But they're still your friend.
Absolutely. All right, I have to step away for a quick piss. Can you hold the fort? And then when we come back, I want to talk about masks, because someone talked about masks, and I want to talk about that.
I was actually thinking I had to do the same, so maybe we could do a little ad break.
So you first?
Oh, you want to do that instead? You go
can
ahead.
Throw up ads.
You can go ahead and step then, and then when you come back, then I will do the same, and we'll be all set then. Blah.
Okay.
Go open the bowels of hell. All right, he's dead. Goodbye. Not kidding. Wow. Wow. Is already past the stone. No, you killed him. I have to say, thank you guys already for this. I'm learning so much in this situation already. I said, no, it's that situation, in this collab. Because I've been going through a lot. You guys have known for a couple of months now. I really hit that brick wall. I actually remember specifically, it was our first Motor Slice stream. That was when it was a plushie. We're about to play Motor Slice, and then I was like, hey guys, we gotta talk. Because I don't want to hide my feelings with you all. You guys open up about so much with me. And Bonnie, of course. I know you had to step away for a moment, Bonnie, so if you want to, like, go back in the VOD. I try to be as transparent as I can.
Right.
I think that it's very important to keep up, I have to keep some stuff. Oh, welcome back. I'll just finish saying real quickly is to my community, or to all, I think it's very important that we have a couple of our secrets. Like, I'm not going to tell you where I got my food yesterday because that was a mom and pop place. That'll dox me. But I will tell you guys, like, if I'm having a bad day, or if we need to talk about something very important, I respect many streamers who don't do that, however private they want to keep their lives, they can. But I love doing this sort of thing because we do talk about very personal stuff. Heck, yesterday, I could have been as quick as light as saying, sorry, I had a small emergency, so I didn't have everything set up for stream properly. No, we actually sat and talked for 20 minutes about what happened, and, what to do to prevent these sort of stuff, and making it a learning lesson. And that's not for every streamer, but I like that. I like to be open with my community that way. It's just why I feel comfortable doing this today. Yeah, did you wash your hands?
Off with you. No, because thankfully, due to the privilege of having a penis, I didn't have to pee on my hands to get it done.
Great. Well, unfortunately, I have to sit down, so I'm gonna be a little bit.
Have fun, lady.
All right, I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. I think I'm packing something.
Front.
Okay. Nyum.
Okay, so real quick, post all the links and go give Yomi your money. Everyone follow me on every platform and then go and give Yomi your money. I want the prestige of being the dwarf of the internet. Yomi, are you sure you ought to be down there? That's fine, I'm clean. Yeah, so everyone we could use your money to donate. True. What's the Yomi? You said not to? Nickel, I'm not your dad. Do what you want to do. But be responsible. I trust that you're an adult with autonomy and you will be responsible. But be responsible. For the opposite of what Yomi said while you were gone. Lamau? Yeah, well, donate to you so you can donate the money to Yomi. No, because then that just makes the platforms take another 5%. If you give me money, I'm going to keep it. This is your first mistake trusting us. I don't trust y'all for nothing. What? I'm not a fucking idiot. Follow me everywhere, give Yomi your money. Follow me everywhere, give Yomi your money. Here's my YouTube. Here's my my hit single on YouTube. Go buy my coffee. Go to my Discord. Find my platforms on Blue Sky and Twitter. Check the links down below in the doobly-doo. Shout out to all my Nerdfighteria folks out there. My old heads. Come and watch my channel on Saturdays and Sundays every weekend. And give Yomi your money. Yes, I do have a throne. Love this whole psychology talk. I do it every Sunday. Not always with a guest. Most often it's just myself. But I do it every Sunday. And the topics of psychology, sociology, and mental health are always available, even if it's not on Sundays. Pay attention. Oh, yeah. Well, you select start 7 if you've been checking out the shorts oh!
Carry on. You weren't expecting a spring.
you erected yourself, and now so am I.
I have to correct myself. I got the beef jerky out of the fridge. It is Tillamook's honey glazed.
Oh, that sounds fire.
I I love spicy, but I have learned having spicy foods while streaming, not always the smartest move.
Sure. Shadowy Saber, the necklace that I wear has to do with the very small amount of lore that that Horatius has. In the land where I come from, a place called Yalzar.
Yalzar.
There are 4 elemental crystals that bind and keep nature and magic in balance in our world. And there was an occasion some 300 years ago when I was a wee beardling that a being known as the Sunderer destroyed the crystals.
Thank you
and
for
thankfully heroes rose to the challenge and restored them. And people who are alive at that time wear medallions like this as memento mores to remember those that did not survive and to never lose vigilance to prevent it from happening in the future.
I freaking love that! Wait!
Yeah.
Wait, I love that! Holy moly. Holy moly.
Holy moly. It's spelled that way. And don't go Google searching it because you'll find my old band camp with the old fucking D&D campaign.
Right, you do singing too!
I do sing, yes.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to be performing live on a virtual stage for the very first time tonight.
Wait, what?
Yeah. There's an event called V-Ket, or like V-Market, or it's apparently very big in Japan.
Wow.
And I'm going to be performing tonight. Your friend's a DJ for that? Yeah, I'm going to be live on stage at 7:45 p.m. EST. Are you going to stream it? No.
No.
But you're performing on the stage of V-Ket? Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, first off, congratulations. But second, like, I'm very excited for you. You should be proud. That's awesome. Oh my gosh.
I'm very excited. I'm literally like crossing off all of my goals for the year, and I didn't expect to.
Yes. Oh, I'm happy for you, Fred. I like corny. I just love hearing this kind of stuff. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I'm being invited as a guest to a convention for the first time this year. I'm performing on a stage for the first time this year. I might actually hit 10,000 followers this year, which is crazy.
Chat, make it happen.
I'll cry.
All right, I'll start my cry counter then.
I'll cry a lot. No, I cry on stream often. I'm very okay with crying. Chat,
No,
make
I
this man
think
cry.
that's
It's not
very good.
hard. It's not difficult.
Yeah, no, I concur.
No.
Shut
No, don't do that. That's bad for the algorithm. Don't do that.
I do have plenty of other questions too as we can go, but like just we get back on pace at your own pace.
Yeah, let me talk about masking, and then we can go to the questions that you have.
Yes, I know that we had that as an earlier thing, and masking is a thing I learned the word for not that long ago. It was something, being someone who has gone through having autism for a long time, back when they called it Asperger's syndrome.
Yes.
I had been masking all my life, and only recently I was like, so that's what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when I had the brain tingles all my life, and someone told me, oh, that's called ASMR. I was like, oh!
So I have umbrage with masks and masking because masking gets a weird rap. Masking is a thing that neurodivergent people do, and that's like the vibe of that. That's bullshit. Everybody masks. Everybody does. All of the time. We change how we present ourselves based off of social cues and social norms in interactions that we are in. I do not act the same way that I do here at my job with my students. I do not act the way with my students that I do at home with my wife and my roommate. Everybody masks. Everybody changes themselves based off of their circumstances. It's called adapting. We've been doing that shit since we were fucking single-cell organisms. It's not special. It's not new, and it's not unique. Everybody does it. Also, If you are wearing masks all the time, I'm gonna move away from my mic so I don't blow people out. Then it's not a mask, it's just part of who you are. It's just your fucking face.
Yep. Now, disclaimer, if you're doing different masks all the time, maybe there is something. I used to call myself a chameleon because I had to adapt to a whole bunch of different stuff. But I was like, I am through A to H, like so many different things. Is A to H just like all a part of me? To a degree, yes. But there were letters beyond that alphabet that were me that I just never had the chance to embrace. And thanks to streaming and stuff, I was able to find those more. And in a way, I would make D&D characters grasping all these little parts that I made that were masks. Like, this is the angry mask, this is that mask. Mm-hmm. And those helped me learn more about those emotions. You know, make a caricature, a flanderized thing of certain things, and kind of help you learn a little bit more. I'm getting a little sidetracked, but I agree.
No, you're totally right in that. As we age and as we mature, these masks, they coagulate into a smaller number. Is the just kind of the go of it, right? When you're learning the bare bones, and you're gonna have a car with a bunch of different gears to shift through for different circumstances. But as you become more familiar with handling that vehicle, you'll only really ever use like 2 or 3 gears. Right? Maybe you'll go, okay, gear 1 around the neighborhood, gear 2 when I need to speed up, and then I'm going to shift up to gear 4 when I'm on the highway.
Yeah!
You're not really touching gear 3, right? But like when you're younger and you're still learning, you're like, okay, gear 1, okay, then gear 2, then gear 3, then gear 4. And it's like, no, as you learn and as you become more familiar with your masks or your flavors of yourself or however you want to phrase it, your code switches, you congeal them together into a smaller amount of stances that have more overlap, because that is you. These codes, these masks, these gears, these stances, they're all you. They're all parts of you. That's what I was talking about earlier with the spectrum. All of that shit is you together. And as we become more familiar with our tools, you start to learn that you don't need a tool. You don't need a monotask device in the kitchen for everything.
Yeah, you can kind of downsize it or mesh together what parts there are into what you're most comfortable using. Like, anybody mentioned the kitchen thing? Yeah, like I have a bunch of kitchen stuff in there that are for special occasions, but generally, yeah, I use the same pan and measuring cup every morning to make my scrambled eggs the way I want to. Sure, I have some stuff for that. Huh. Because, I mentioned the characters. I mentioned how I have, Yomi was even one of them. Early on, I had a lot of characters who helped me understand specific emotions more. I had one who was very angry, a bit of a bully and stuff. I had one who was like super shy, but also like a little weird and stuff at times. Over time, I stopped using those characters. And because I also learned how to control, let's say, the anger side. Like, I learned how to control my more upset emotions or how to conquer my shyness. It's an interesting way to think about it. Like you said, practicing through. In my case, I was practicing through using roleplay characters, which is a pretty healthy way, if I dare say myself.
I agree. Which is why I play D&D with my students every year.
Yeah! Oh, we gotta be in the game at some point.
I would love to play. I'll DM you.
That's a conversation we're gonna have later for sure.
All right.
Yes. I think overall with masking, though, it's a good reminder to people that it's not a bad thing. I think it still has a stigma, because the biggest stigma people have over masking is, well, then you're just lying. Like, no. When you go for an interview, you're putting your best self out there, but also kind of fictionalizing and exaggerating a lot of stuff. Like, that's a mask. You're putting on a mask at your job. You're putting a mask when you go to pick up your kids at school. You're putting on a mask when you go to even the store. literally yesterday, like I told you, when I went to pick up some food at a Nana's place, I wasn't gonna be like, oh yeah, I just came back from a big stream and now I want to burg you with this. No, like, I put on a mask. I even had to stretch the truth of because I did ask, like, oh, what were you doing before this? I was like, I just told them I work in content creation. That's all they needed to know. They're like, well, what is it on there? I was like, that's kind of all I can really say at that point. That's what you have to do to literally keep yourself safe. Not everything is everyone's business, which is why you put on a mask. Having trouble with the family, you don't always bring that to work.
I have a question. This is a fun question. I love to ask this one.
Sure.
I think that you are at this perfect level of familiarity with me that I might get a very interesting answer from you in chat. Please feel free to participate with this question as well. On the spectrum of urban to rural, where do you think I'm from?
Ooh.
The Midwest is not an acceptable answer.
If I had to say, I would say if it was like 5 was the middle, 10 is rural, 1 is city. I feel like it would be like a 6 to 6.5. I feel like just a little more closer to like a rural side, but you did have itself around like some city sort of stuff to be visiting or around. I'm really bad with geography stuff. That's.
I think your 6.7 is pretty good. Or sorry, your 6.5 is pretty good. As an answer. But sorry, I said that while reading chat, and I almost punched chat in the face. Chat, please. I work in a middle school. Please be nice. Please don't make me deal with the bullshit my kids say on the weekend.
I'll show you what the 7 TV emote is for that number. It's on the other side.
That's very funny.
Hi, Raiders. Welcome. I usually have a big spiel for welcoming Raiders, but I am in a collab, so I want to be respectful. But hi, Raiders. Welcome aboard. But yeah, that's kind of where I want to put it, I think.
Okay. So yeah, I'm actually very, very country.
Oh, yeah?
And I hide it. I hide it out of a little bit of shame. Because I have, especially in these modern days, a very strong fear of being perceived as country.
Right.
And so I make sure that I make sure that I doll up my manner of speaking and my eloquence, the stigma of country folk. Yeah, well also because I'm among them, I know that those bumpkins are fucking weird, and I don't trust mountain people. Like
I'm not unga bunga enough. No, I get you. With every upbringing, with every culture, with every location, with every religion, with everything, there's the stereotypes. I'm not gonna go over all of those, of course, but people do need to learn that folks come from all sorts. I'll say this: my community knows I came from the tri-state area. The tri-state area comes with a very big stereotype, like, you know, the New Yorker, the Jersey Shore, the New Yorker. I'm like, fucking, why do you think I don't live there anymore? Because I felt like an outcast. I grew up in a place where I'm pasty pale, nerdy, neurodivergent. I didn't belong there. Like, sure, I moved for a lot of other reasons. So no, I get what you're saying. You say if you mentioned that, but it doesn't suddenly mean that you're XYZ, that you're what people might associate to growing up in the country. Not saying you're not completely either. You could have some really fun or cool stories. I know you love stories.
Yeah.
But world variety.
Agreed. And I brought it up because one of the things that I do, and my wife mocks me for it constantly.
Oh.
When we go through a drive-through, or if we're dealing with service people, like waiters, wait staff, drive-through people, like anyone that's in customer service directly, my country comes out big time. Because a lot of my softer, like complacency speech is attached to that manner of speaking. And so, oh, bless your heart for that, Hora. Let me tell you, I'm just glad to be here. Thank you so much.
I love you for that. Meanwhile, I'll pull up to one and probably adopt a silly voice or try to do something really silly each time. Life's about experiences. I want to make sure that drive-thru has a funny experience.
Yeah. But yeah, so like that's something that I do a lot. Yeah, the country drawl creeps out for sure. But that's one of those like very objective masks, right? Like that's one of those sort of personas that I don in certain circumstances. You know, when people are from New York and they get upset and they're like, I don't talk like a New Yorker, and then you get them talking about coffee, like the shit comes out. Like
you're right. Same as me when I want to talk about my micro and hyper obsessions. It just comes out. Yeah, I think when it comes to your masks, there are some that have permanent engravings, or even part of your core self is attached to each and every one of those masks in some way. Like, this is more of a vocal stem than it is like a part of like, but my laugh. I can't stop myself from having my very noticeable and doxable laugh that everybody knows me for. No matter what voice I do, no matter what character I do, if I'm faking the character's laugh, like in roleplay, you know, that's a different story. Sure. But yeah, there's just parts of your personality, parts of your quirks that no matter what, like it is gonna leak through.
No, I forgot. Anyway, so what were the things that you wanted to go with when we got back together?
Oh, sure. I think there's a question here that, and I want to say sorry about the ads, everybody. You know, there's 3 minutes of ads every hour. Stops the pre-rolls. I know people want pre-rolls to the devil.
Them's a break. Get Twitch Turbo, get gifted a sub, or get lucky. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There's my life right there. God damn it. I feel like this is a question that a lot of folks in chat could possibly relate to as well. Folks who struggle, folks who lack a feeling of adequacy. And that is, how does a person fight feelings of inadequacy? For example, when you're in a group and you feel like you're the only one who's not important as everyone else. When you see everybody enjoying themselves together, they talk about how much they're enjoying their time, loving each other, and then you're on the outskirts thinking, do I even belong here? I actually made a very good post about this yesterday. I do a mental health post every 2 or 3 months. And I quote the past one so people clip it. One of the very first things that I said in it is, you know, you open a chat of friends. You don't say anything. Not because you have nothing to say, but because you wonder if they even want to hear what you have to say anymore. How does one find that feeling of belonging? How does one truly know if they're adequate enough in general?
So I think there's 2 routes for that. There's more, but these are the 2 that I'm most familiar with. I think either you keep swiping left until you find a Aragama fault that you fit in, that feels like you fit in it. This hole is made for me type shit. Or you build your own.
Like build your own group.
Me, yeah, you build it and they will come, right? And I personally do both. I am very much a social butterfly. If you Builder Z, you need to sub to my channel and get the fucking shed emote. You will get so much work out of that, dude. I'm telling you. I have a shed emote with my beard on it. It's fucking awesome. Well, I talk about sheds a lot. I often make analogies about mental health pertaining to building a shed.
Which
great emote.
Which, by the way, folks, if anyone wants to be turbo, if you guys want to be turbo cool, you could always gift Horatius to mine and me to theirs. It's always a cool thing in collabs if we can get. If we can do it. No one's obligated though. Just you even being here and watching is the best support you can do. But yeah, if anyone's ever thinking about it.
No, do it.
Do it.
Do it. You fucking won't. Do it. Give me a sub to YomiQuinnley at twitch.tv/YomiQuinnley and give YomiQuinnley at twitch.tv a sub to be Horatius the Dwarf at twitch.tv Horatius the Dwarf. You won't. Do it, motherfucker. That's
You
me.
son of a bitch. No, yeah, I cracked up in a cola for that one.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Slurp that shit down.
I give it a 2. I don't know. Thank you. Finally, I can shed.
Let's go.
That is a good emote,
you,
but
I appreciate you.
Yeah, carrying on with this though, I have to actually even say before you continue your thought is that's another reason for streaming. I was able to build more of my own, and I kind of realized because I have a lot of friends, a lot of groups that I'm in. There are nights where I could be in my own community Discord, and instead I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be in like Vtuber X, Vtuber Y, like I'm gonna be in theirs today. That's not a bad thing. I think it's okay to, it's not like I'm neglecting that community. I'm in just other places for that night to foster the relationships, work on the relationships that I do have. That's Horatius the Dwarf, yes!
Yeah.
But yeah, build it and they will come. I think that's something we need to realize more is you already done it. You already are finding what makes you adequate. Hype train!
I appreciate the hype train, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you!
Remember, follow me on all the platforms and give Yomi your money.
No, give Horatius your money now.
All right, yeah, I'll take your money.
Yeah, do it!
Wait, Horatius is a dwarf? Like he's got a beard and everything? I'm shocked. Yeah.
You want to be turbo cool?
Yeah.
Is shared hype trains. We gotta keep it 50-50. So any that go to one, go to the. Make sure it goes to the other. Let's keep this. Let's make it equal. Let's make it the biggest trade ever. All right. Anyway.
Equivalent exchange.
Full Metal Alchemist love me is.
You know,
Yes, thank
you love
you.
his dad, he loves his daughter, and his dog.
Ow.
Edward.
Listen, I'm not allowed to go near dogs. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
No, I'm kidding.
I didn't know you were that kind of white woman.
I mean, I'm porcelain. What can you say?
Oh God! How dare you, Aurora? Hi, Lady J Psych. By the way, Lady J Psych is one of my psychoshis. She is a professional in the field, and the fact that she, a peer of mine in the field, hears what the shit I say online and gives it the thumbs up gives me so much satisfaction. I would never say that my shit is peer reviewed that I do online, but the fact that there are people who work in mental health and watch my shit and go, yeah, this dude's on it. And I'm like, I'm so fucking ratified, y'all.
Wait, no, that is incredible. Wait, yeah, because I haven't thought too much about the whole thing with, seeing mental health professionals and specialists in this field. Hell yeah, gamer. But it really is just a reminder that there is somebody of every occupation within here. And I want to see more of folks doing things outside of what we would expect here in this space.
Absolutely.
I have a whole spiel on that sort of thing too, but digressing. Going a bit back to feelings of inadequacy or fitting yourselves in. I liked the shed analogy. If you can dig deep as we want, but I'll let you carry the floor.
So there's the two routes, as I mentioned before. Thank you for the bits, everybody.
Thank you for the bitties.
It's very kind of you. So there's the two routes. There's route one where you social butterfly and you keep going to new places until you find a hole that fits, that feels like it fits, or you build your own. And so the privilege that you have by building your own shed to have people to come over to your shed and hang out with you in your shed is that you fit here because you fucking built it. Now, the trick with that, the problem that method affords is just because you built it does not mean it stays made for you. You can ship a Theseus yourself out of your own shed. If you keep making small changes to your shed to the point where it's no longer the shed you started with, that's not a bad thing. But if you keep changing things in a way that deviates from its original idea, you might find yourself in a shed that you built, that you built it for you, but you no longer fit in. And that's something that I've seen happen a lot. I have been in at least a dozen, creator discords where people make a discord for them and their close compadres, and they invite everyone in, and eventually it gets too bloated, it blows up, and it's like, yeah, you build a space and then it kind of eats itself, either a drama happens, or it just kind of falls away, or people are really just there to kind of sup from the teat of the largest pair of tits in the room, or whatever it is. Yeah. Or yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I did over time do some changes to my Discord, for instance, my community, and a few were not in my complete control, for reasons I'm not going to get too deep into. And now that, I'm making the steps that I can, I might revert, I might kind of grasp more control. But the changes I did have control over, and I think this is very important. Thank you guys for the hype train again. The most important thing is when you do make any sort of changes to your community, they got to be changes that you want to see happen. Not, well, I guess we got to do this, right? We maybe do this, but it's like, I want this. I love this. I started hiking. I love hiking. Let me do a weekly photo thing showing my hikes. Mm-hmm. Cool. But if it's like, well, my community's talking a lot about this, I'm not really into that, but I guess I'll give them a place to talk about it. Well, yeah, then, yeah, you might be just setting yourself up in a place where it's a little brick. It's one brick by brick, or I guess I said there's the shed of Theseus. I use the broom analogy myself. You replace the broom handle, then you replace the broom. Same thing. You're right, it does, and I've seen that happen too, where some people have ostracized themselves from their own community by not embracing what makes them. And I guess that's part of the inadequacy, is if you can't be feeling comfortable as yourself, then of course you're going to feel inadequate because you don't even know yourself.
Yep. You have to have confidence in that your life is not wholly unique, but there are parts of it that are. Yomi and I are radically different people. But there are through lines through both of our lives that we clearly share. Whether it's just the simple, we're both VTubers at this current point in time, to where we both have these, senses of why are people nice to me, all of these things. There's through lines through her and I, but I would never say that Yomi and I are the same person, right? I am me, and I am exceptional. And she is her, and she is incredible. Behold her, for she contains multitudes.
Behold this dwarf. Their magnificence. For their jolliness is as wide as they are tall, which is round. You are very round.
Oh, I'm so rotund. But the other route that I mentioned before is you palette shift, and you go to a new place and you stay there until you don't feel like you belong, and then you go somewhere else. I did that for the first couple of years of my VTubing. I joined a community and stayed there for a while, and then I left when I didn't care to stay there any longer. And I kept doing that. And I learned a lot. And I think that there's value in observing a society and observing a community like that. But you need home. You need a home. And it doesn't have to be your main place that you stay at. You can be a wanderer. But you need a home. And for more than just to keep your shit, you need a place to anchor. A place that you can always go back to. You know people will find you there. Like, I've done this in my life in a lot of ways. The first email account I ever made is an AOL account. And I still use it to this day.
AOL, my beloved.
And one of the reasons I do that is kind of silly, but like one of the reasons why I do that is because there are people that I know that I have not spoken to in 20 years. But I know that if they ever want to be able to find me, they might remember that email.
Damn.
And they'll still be able to find me there.
Or me with Gaia Online.
Yeah.
That's that's a good way to put it. An old foundation that you still look at once in a while. I've made the unfortunate mistake of, well, not maybe a mistake, but coming with a lot of the early pain and what I mentioned earlier of leaving behind and moving to the next thing. And there's not a lot of that past foundation. You know, my parents are gone. My past places that I used to like to be, there was too much baggage, and I don't really visit a lot of those. It's to the point that I look back at my history, and there's a lot of these gaps of like adequacy and friendships or loneliness that is there. And it's led me only just recently, especially in this last 3 years, to find that foundation. And it sucks that I can't find too many from so far back. But there's nothing stopping you from making a new one and making sure that is like, if that is your new nest, if you don't want to go back to past nests, then really focus on the one that you're building now, because that's gonna be all you got. Hi, Willow.
Willow the wife. That's my wife. I love my wife.
Yeah. Loving your
Willow,
wife
this
is
good.
hot. Loving your wife is amazing.
Sorry, I was trying to keep myself contained while you were
No,
talking
you
about
should
very
be. I
important
think
things.
this is gonna sound so corny, but I live vicariously through seeing other people in happy relationships like that I couldn't be happier to see it. It's just like, yes, I degen against the window. A happy relationship, my favorite. But it really is. It makes me very, very stupidly happy when I see that.
Hell yeah.
Shut up, Mune. There's an emote for that. God damn it.
I fucking love my wife kissing emote.
Oh, gosh. No, it really is very sweet. And yeah, for my end, like, it's not like I'm abandoned, I can't go back. It's like, no, if I wanted to, I could, like, go back on Gaia. I could go back to Final Fantasy 14. I could.
Sure.
Like, sure, there were some that I invested, and this is the hardest part. There are some places I invested so much time to. They really were bad. I'm not gonna, like, say the name of this community, but there was a community I joined, and I was a big part of for, like, almost 2 years. And even became a moderator, really put my heart and time into. Only to later find out that there was a lot of massive turfness, a lot of massive, like, anti-LGBTQIA+, and that sort of stuff, like, very, very much. And I was like, how did I not notice this? Probably because I was working way too much. Like, at that case, yeah, I left that foundation, and I never want to go back. And it sucks, but it's like we said earlier, it shouldn't be that I'm closing a book. It should be that I'm just turning the page. That's a messy chapter for sure.
Oh,
but it's
I
not
can hug you.
It won't stop me from joining other groups. It took me a while, but, you know, especially through VTubing. But because of VTubing, I am able to go back into groups again more comfortably, especially knowing myself more and more.
And every step makes you stronger. Every victory, every loss makes you a better Yomi. Like, I spent... love, how long were we in DAG? How long were we in the LARP? I was in there like 16 years. I was in a LARP for like 16 years. And that LARP eventually died.
Just gone completely.
And 20 plus, yeah, okay. I was in that community for 20 years. And it's gone. And I'll never be able to go back to that. You know, I have things like that I've left behind where, you know, the house I was born into does not exist anymore. Turned into a parking lot.
Damn. How do you look back at that page?
I cry. MagFest is just outside of DC. And as I go down to MagFest every year, I have to drive past the neighborhood that house is in. And I make a point either on the way there or on the way back to drive by it just to look. And I remember the first time I drove past it on the way back from MagFest and the house was gone. I have a recording of it. And I wept. That's hard. You can't stop time. It always moves forward. Yeah, I said hi to the dogs that were buried in the backyard.
Jeez.
You know, the last vestiges of a fence that I replaced 4 times in my youth was still there. Time moves on. And you have to too.
Yeah. It's hard. I think if there's any challenge I can say I face the most, it's what you're saying. Letting time move on and letting you be that person to move on too. I let demons haunt me. I let voices of the past, damage my health. I let photos be buried in a box and not feel the desire to look at them. I let myself avoid driving because I travel sometimes. I would let myself avoid driving past the town that I grew up in, or even more recently, having moved into my own apartment, place I lived at before in the same state, I couldn't do that. But I think you say it best. You gotta move on, but it's okay to look at it and cry a little bit. It's okay to feel hurt.
I remember the Christmas Eve where I leaned over because I remember standing in the living room and an ornament fell off the tree. So I leaned over to put it back and my hand missed the siding and went right through the front window. And I gave myself a huge cut across my forearm. And I I remember so distinctly almost ruining Christmas morning because I had to go get my arm stitched up.
Oh, Jesus.
You know?
But, you didn't let it ruin Christmas, yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah. And as much as I didn't let it ruin my that Christmas, I look back on that, tragic memory with somberness. It's not a positive memory. But because it can never happen again, it's good to learn and continue to appreciate that. It's nostalgia, truly, yeah.
Yeah. It makes me think of a book I started reading recently. Slowly, but you might have heard it. The Happiness Trap.
Oh, yeah.
And it makes me think a little bit more and more that maybe my avoidance of these sort of things about, histories and pasts that all hurt is because I'm seeking out to just be in a state of happiness. When the truth is, happiness is just one of many states of being. It's not the human happiness, it's the human experience. And experience is, all of the emotions. And that's part of what makes us a human being, because we are being here within the moment of the highs and lows. And I think, not avoidance is okay as a whole. I think it's obviously okay to avoid, certain stimuli that we're just gonna hurt for no reason. But you can't avoid everything. If you just keep living in fear, that's not living. That's isolation. That's a bubble, and you're gonna ruin the chance to live life. You're gonna be in your 40s and 50s and realize, well, what I could have done then, I can't do now. Fuck. Jeez. I think for me, I also try to fight that by trying to seek success in some ways. Not like super financial success. Like, yeah, I want to be able to live safely, but the way of fighting off, well, mother used to always say I was a failure, or dad would always, like, remind me this or that. Like, we try to counter those negative reminders by proving them wrong, even if they're not going to be around to see you prove them wrong. And that's a whole nother ball game, is my workaholicism. Everybody knows I work so freaking hard, and yeah, it was to get myself a roof over my head to be safe. But now I'm still going, and now I'm like, is it because of something else? Is it like to try to remove that inadequacy feeling that I had to... Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of rambling a little bit, but that's a whole nother ball game where I need to treat myself more kindly and value myself and just realize, hey, you did accomplish something. Or, hey, you did do 20 years ago this amazing group with, like, with LARPing for ages. That's gone now.
Yep.
But you did it. And
yeah, and I look back fondly on it. I learned to not... One of the best lessons I learned from that LARP was to not tolerate broken stairs.
Go on.
For those who might not be familiar, the term broken stair is a person in a community that we all know is broken. Yeah, I'm doing it now, love. Thank you, babe. Is someone we in your community or in a community that you're a part of, that you know is bad, right? Everybody knows that this person is bad, but we ignore them and we tolerate them because we want to keep the status quo. The status quo is more important than routing or removing the stair and replacing it, right?
I feel that you tolerate and you tolerate, and it's not addressing that problem. I'm with you so far, for sure. Oh, because we're afraid of conflict.
Yeah, exactly. These are quotes that my wife has directly heard from that LARP years. Hey, if Bob offers to walk you back to your tent, say no. Bob might get a bit handsy. Just walk away from him.
Oh!
No, that's a sex pest. Remove them, right?
Whoa! Yeah. Give it a follow.
So yeah, like...
God, I feel that. In this very space. Very space. Well, we can't do much about that. We can't force that to be fixed. But it's gonna be a problem. It's a broken stair.
Right. So in my space that I have built on here, I do not tolerate those people. And I've said this, and this is kind of like a bit of a compromising thing to say publicly, but I'm not afraid of this. There are people that I have shunned because they are broken stairs. That has cost me a lot. It's cost me a lot in this line of in this online space. There are people that are globally enjoyed or tolerated that are bad people.
That's true.
And dims the brakes. Like, it's not me trying to pretend or to diminish. I'm sure that there's someone in there that is a good person a lot of the time, right? But they are broken stairs, and I don't tolerate them anymore. That is one of the major lessons that I learned from my time in LARP, is that we had a lot of broken stairs. And we just, for one reason or another, that person's a relative of someone who is a good person. If we get rid of that person, then that person's gonna leave. Like oh, that person's a sex pest, but they're the leader of a group, and if we kick them out of the sport, then that whole group's gonna leave.
Damn.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly like Willow is saying. The right thing to do is to fix the staircase. Don't just warn people to avoid the broken stair. It's hard, but it's
That
the right
is.
thing to do.
It's in some ways, especially if it's an isolated one, then that is a little easier because there's so few strings attached. But like you were saying too, and I often wonder about this one. What do you do if that broken staircase is associated to many other steps that are not broken, but will crumble if the foundation of that step is taken away from them? As in,
Right.
You just said, this person is a friend of mine. If they go, I go, kind of thing.
Right.
That's
that's
a hard one.
Something that I've had to deal with socially, is you can't. You do have to cut out the cancer, right?
You do.
At the end of it all, whether it's through whatever treatment or whatever you have to do, you have to cut it out, or it will kill you.
Ooh.
There was a big social situation that I was very much a part of about a year ago. I don't need to get into specifics. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Don't worry about it.
Not my business.
And I was in a situation, and there were people in my friend group that were bad motherfuckers, and it hurt to do, but it was only going to get worse the longer I let it stay. And you have to slice them out of your life. And that's just how it is. You have to make that choice, and it will hurt you. It might socially hurt you. It might personally hurt you. It might financially or emotionally or mentally or physically or all the above or some of the above will hurt you. But if you don't, the damage that you will end up having to deal to yourself later will only grow.
Yeah, I guess so. 'Cause that is the hardest part for me. Is like, well, I got these friends, or I've got this place, and I don't do well with conflict. It's something I need to get better with. But if it's not rectified, even if you have to, removing the cancer, you are gonna remove some good tissue too.
And the longer you wait, the more you have to cut out that you don't want to.
Right. So I'm mentioning family too.
Mhm.
That is a complicated sort of issue, but I'm gonna be so for real. I cut my own. I estranged myself because of how bad it was. Yeah, I had a couple of cousins that I really liked, but if it meant leaving behind the incredibly awful situation that I had with my family that many of you know about, we're not going to retread that now, then yeah, I would rather do that so I have the ability to move forward and meet more people. And actually, yeah, Helm-chan. Helm-chan is literally like the longest person I know, his sister. Funny enough, Helm-chan, I was talking about Final Fantasy 14 even. That was something that we did together. I think that even on the family side, it's a heavier scale to weigh, but you still have to weigh that scale.
Yeah.
Speaking of heavy. Wow.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is, life is long. You no matter how deep into it you think you might be, and you're like, oh, I've invested so much time. It's like you got a lot of time left. Statistically, you have a lot of time left.
Yeah, you could reinvest it in something else.
And my LARP days are over. So I started streaming. And now I've built this new chapter of my life here, with all new stories to share and to know. I could tell stories about my LARP years for hours upon hours and not repeat myself. And that was one of the reasons why I was scared to leave it. Because I was like, all this legacy, all these stories, all these things, all these people.
That's it.
Now I'm in this new thing, but you have to let go. You
that
have
right
to
there.
let go and move on.
Like I mentioned Final Fantasy 14, or I mentioned D&D stuff. I used to have some D&D groups, and Helm, you know this too. That group, that Discord group that we had been in, that was like a really, really big group for us, big group of friends. that we later learned were some really, really awful people. You know which one I'm talking about, Helm. This was about 5 or 6 years ago. You had to do it eventually, and it's only when you did that you can turn the page and find these other folks, find what's healthier for you, because you're also in a better headspace. It's harder to make friends when you are broken. I think the hardest part for me, you said the legacy. That was a big thing. Is I got to leave this group behind. At 14, we did a lot of role play stuff too. It was like, oh well, years of stories, years of characters, the legacy of this hobby. This was a big hobby. The stuff behind that hobby was extreme. Imagine like leaving a D&D group that you have 5 years of, I said, a legacy, lore, stories, and fun memories with. And then it's like, well, it's hard to look back at those memories now, because whenever I think about these characters and these stories, it also reminds me of, but there was an absolute hole behind that. And I was like, oh. And you're letting something stain the good when you should try to filter out the bad and still remember the good parts. It's hard. It's really hard, but I know we're retreading an older topic we talked about, but it seems the more we talk about it, the more closely related it can be with the broken stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
I'm gonna step away and grab a cup of water real quick. All right.
Sure. Mine's still pretty good, so I'll stick around. May the jackasses make the good more meaningful. I think it does to a degree. Yeah. My habit that, again, Horatius is really helping me understand more is the struggles of remembering the bad as much, if not more, than the good. So let me mention, that group that I was with for about 2 years, the ones who I later found out were some awful people for a lot of reasons I don't need to get into. There was good. There was there were celebrations. There were games. There were tabletop games. There were video games. There were good talks. There were movie nights. And you don't think about those first. Instead, you think about, well, there was that group. A shame it fell apart because this. A shame that they were bigoted, blah, blah, blah. Instead, you gotta train yourself, maybe. I'm saying this while discovering. I will say, I'm not saying this is like my end-all be-all advice. I am discovering this myself. Oh, I'm sorry, welcome back.
You're good.
Yeah, you gotta train yourself to be able to look at these memories and be able to have that stuff cut out without it overshadowing. Instead, you're gonna open the box and only see the shadows first. So much as hitting home, but I really liking this talk. Yeah, we started early today, and Horatius, you invited me to this, it was like 2 or 3 months ago, and I've been wanting this so much, because again, community-wise too, this is something very important to all of us. And It's usually just me talking about it when we do.
Hell yeah.
So, I have to ask you then with it, is, when you've been able to pass on, when you've been able to, like, go past, say, the old place of lore, or whatnot, what would you say really is your best, I don't say your secret, what is your best technique of being able to look at those sort of things, and maintain a positive, to not think about the ill side as much? How do you cast those little shadows aside and only see the brighter sides first?
Well, you don't, right? You don't ignore the bad. You don't ignore your faults in that time. You don't neglect the bad things, right? You have to recognize that previous chapters or previous things are in and of themselves both. That one does not exist without the other. So the shadows are only cast because there's light to shine. You have to recognize what you can learn from what you did and where you were when you were there. It's all both. And the challenging thing, I think, is to pick up those memories as the bowl of soup that it is. And if you don't, pardon the somewhat childish analogy, but you take a bite of beef with a bite of broccoli. You know?
No, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Like, you recognize that those two things are the same, and they are together, and they are one in self. And that's okay. And that whatever pain you experienced going through that, whatever you dealt with in that, you need both of them to have it to make you who you are now. And that you can separate them as separate memories, but one would not have happened without the other. And that's the same thing with all other versions of trauma. Like,
one would not have happened without the other.
Yeah. You know, you are not who you are without the trauma in your past. If you, Yomi, had not experienced the things you are, you would not be who you are or what you can become yet. So while going back to those things is painful and it hurts and we don't want to do it, you need to always make sure you're learning from the old, taking those bad things and making them a part of you so that you can reforge them, kind of like I mentioned before.
Yeah.
You know, you reforge your pain.
Yes.
So don't forget it until you learn from it. Then you can choose to forget it.
This is very helpful. This is because, you know, forgetting or letting go can be letting go can be one of the most difficult parts, but yeah, I think it definitely holds a possibility if you were able to embrace both sides, honing it into more of a lesson for yourself. It's funny because I will often try to move ahead by forging a new victory.
Mm-hmm.
This goes back to me being a workaholic. I find that working on something, completing it, and being like, I built that, you know, or this stream, we got this going, I put that together. Or hell, even being a VTuber in general, where I'm at now, the roof over my head, like I don't want to say I, but we as a community, we did that. And that over push of work, it's almost in a way like an unhealthy distraction. Because I don't take the time to treat myself kindly. I the community buys me these really cool things or says, go out and do this. And then it's like, I'll get to it in 3 months or something. And it's struggled the struggle of learning to value yourself when the only way I've been able to find that value is by working and accomplishing rather than just sitting and, I would say sitting still, but sitting there and being proud of what's already built. I don't know where I'm really going with this question, but I guess it's like, when can you find yourself successful enough to just breathe?
You have to make time. For me, that's my mornings. I wake up at 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. every day.
Holy crap.
Now, mainly that's because I leave my house at 6 in the morning to get to work early to get all my work done.
You know what? Right? Fair. I used to work for the schools. That actually, 5 or so years ago. God, how long has it been? No, you're right. I used to do that too. Hold on. We were, psycho. And I got you. I got you. You're right. God.
So yeah, absolutely, right? Like I spend my mornings, especially on the weekends. Like I woke up at 6 a.m. this morning because I stayed up till midnight last night. I really very rarely sleep for more than 6 hours a night.
That's where I'm starting to try to move to. Is like, you know, if I'm awake at 6, after 6 hours, I need to stop lying in bed those last 2, thinking, yes, you have to get it. No, some people just need 6 hours. That's it.
Well, my big thing for that is always like, have you ever gotten a sleep study done, Yomi?
I have not. I probably
If you
should
have the
because I.
insurance, yeah, if you have the insurance or the affordability to do so, get a sleep study done. Because at the very least, you'll learn what the duration of your REM cycle is. Because REM sleep is the time of your sleep that you get the most rest done.
Right.
Your body is recovering the most during. So, for example, I learned that my REM cycle, like from beginning of sleep cycle all the way to finishing and starting again, right? That is about 2.5 to 2:40. 2 hours and 40 minutes, right?
Ah.
So if I sleep for 6 hours, that's 2 full REM cycles and a little extra.
I had no idea.
And that's a perfect amount of sleep for me. The only other amount of time of sleep that would work for me is another 2 and 40 minutes. So if I sleep for 7.5 hours, or sorry, wait, let me do the math on that.
That's about right, yeah.
No, it needs to be more than that. But yeah, then that's fine. But if you sleep and then wake up halfway through a REM cycle, that's why you wake up feeling like shit.
Yeah, I heard a little about that sort of thing. REM cycle. Okay. Yeah, I gotta find out where mine is.
But yeah, that number is different for everybody. Not too drastically different, but everyone's is a little different. A little bit different.
And it's where you're able to find some of that free time. That could even be it, because like I said, it's not just a matter of sleep. If anything, the overwork, the push for success consistently, it helps quell the voices. It helps quell the lack of adequacy, the ability to feel joy coming from, again, succeeding, working accomplishments. There's a phrase my community has. It's literally got an urban dictionary thing called Yomi resting. And it is a dreaded term that I've learned to embrace, where essentially Yomi says she is going to rest, but offline, she is just working on more projects in the background. She is just doing more things.
Don't do that, woman. Don't make me use the D word.
What is the D word? Because well, it's not that D word, but it's a problem. It's a huge problem for me.
Yomi, I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
Learn to rest.
That's what I tell her all the time. Shut up, Ale. It is a learning process, yeah.
I don't know if you need to like set a 1 hour, and you're like, okay, I'm not allowed to do anything productive for an hour.
Not allowed.
Not allowed. And it's going to be worthless, and you're not going to get anything out of it the first few times if you have to do that. But stick to it, and then eventually you will start to get something out of that hour of forced unproductivity.
You can see my chat, by the way.
Yeah,
you can see it. I'm talking.
Yeah. You need to take an hour that you are literally not allowed to be productive. And then maybe it's 2 hours. And then maybe it's 3 hours. And then maybe it's 4 hours.
And you give yourself
Find something to do. Isn't good? No, please.
Like, give yourself that as a daily thing, not just like once a week or something like that.
Yeah, if it's once a week, you want to do it for like an afternoon, 6 to 8 hours. You're not allowed to be productive. Go couch potato and watch YouTube or a movie, or go be social with your friends, or jack off. I don't care. Like, find something to do that's not productive. Like, you know, and I'm not talking like a 15-minute crank and spank. I'm talking like a nice 2-hour self-love sesh. Like get in there and get some work done for you. Like,
yeah, turn off that computer or whatever you gotta do. I give myself one thing, and it's mostly to power down for sleep. People know it's my ASMR and Uma. It doesn't have to be ASMR, but every night for like my last 45 minutes, I mark myself invisible on my Discord, so that way if there is an emergency, I'm at least there, but otherwise, like, you know, I'm off. And yeah, it's like ASMR, maybe an episode of Steven Universe. I'm slowly watching that. And my dailies for Uma Musume. It's not much. It's definitely not enough to what you're saying. I need the thing with the other hobbies, with actually grabbing a bowl of popcorn and watching something, or... Because I know what it is. I do it for an escape. It's not just like I'm working for the sake of wanting to accomplish something really good for my next stream. Sometimes I look at this list and realize I'm doing this to run away from, like, bad memories or being alone with my mind. And being alone with your mind, I'm sure you know as well as I, like, that, for some of us, it's not a safe spot all the time.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Welcome, Raiders. For me, I've learned mine isn't as comfortable as I want it to be. It's
Are you listening to my stream?
I saw you had a raid, so I just saying welcome to Raiders.
Oh, okay. No, that's... I'll say it when you're done.
You're good. No, but my it's not like a dangerous place, but it really is just the bad memory. That stuff I talked about earlier. The ill memories, the places of unrest, the shoulda, coulda, wouldas. Back at this time when this bad thing happened, man, I really wish that I said this, or is this gonna happen when I wake up tomorrow? And my brain is constantly cycling that. So I work to distract. I work to ease any sort of suffering that could, rear its ugly head. And that's taking a physical toll at that point. Because, rest. My health is pretty good, thankfully, but I'm not going to have that immunity forever.
Right. You got to run through that. You have to process that. You have to recover. Like, the old wisdom of my profession rings true. You cannot help others if you need to be helped. So you need to spend as much time as you can keeping yourself topped off and well maintained so that you can help others when they need it.
Love yourself before loving another, essentially.
Yeah. Also, hi, Doru. It's good to see you, my friend. Welcome in the good people from Doru community. A fellow dwarf tuber, one of the few of the proud, the dwarven.
The dwarven.
It's good to see you, sir. We are a rare breed in this space, but a powerful per pound we are. It's good to see you, sir. I've been thinking about you recently. I hope you and the little one and the wonderful, wonderful Apple Bun is doing well. I hope you're all doing great. My buddy Doru and their partner just had their first child. I'm very, very happy for them. I mean, this was like months ago now, I guess. Not just, but still. Very, very happy for them.
Oh, I love that. Aw.
Yeah.
It's funny that it's always nice to, again, hear about people forming their families, again, marriage, child. It's funny that we talk about that. That's actually another part I've always felt like I've been falling behind in. There is the talk about maturity, like had been said, the ignorance. How ignorance is not a vile or bad thing. It's just you don't know what you don't know. And there's so much of that lack of, adultiness of and the ignorance that I have that I never felt ready to be in the space looking for somebody, or I have the desire to one day. I would love to adopt one day or something like that and find that person, but that's a whole nother can of worms of, like, if I'm not even able to love myself enough to want to stop working my butt off, how can I even, and not loving myself enough, how can I love another kind of thing? Hi, Jax. Love you.
Hi, Jax. Welcome in. Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, right, dude? Is, like, you gotta love you. And, I mean, there's a reason why Willow and I don't have kids. And, like, it's funny because my students, inevitably, at least once a year, one of my students will go, like, oh, hey, Mr. Hora, do you have kids? And I was like, no, you guys are enough. And, like, that's a joke between my wife and I, but that's kind of the truth of it. Like, the fatherhood and the motherhood that her and I have over our students kind of scratches that itch of needing to sire a child. And I mean, to my cat, sometimes when I get home from work, I'm just all over them because I have no more patience. That's true.
That's you with a bearded dragon right now. She's a little stinker right now.
And like, I'm very fatherly to the people that I encounter online. Like, there's a reason why there's a lot of people come in here and go, "Hey, Dad." Like, I'm very much dad to a lot of people. Never daddy. Please don't call me daddy. Never call me daddy. I'm dad. Papa. Peepaw, if you must. But like,
I mean, Chad, if you ever need that,
I can be your daddy anytime.
Poppy is fine too. Father is best. Yeah, exactly. Willow has 180 children. Daddy,
Jeez.
no, that's not a command. Don't fucking.
God damn it.
Luminous, I'll kill you.
I have a command for everything like that. Jesus. Oh, love you, Luminous. No, yeah, it's almost like I'm setting a temporary limit for myself. That's like, who's saying you can't? Where is the written law of saying you have to be understanding of yourself this much? You have to take this many boxes to, seek out a significant other. So, that's stupid. That's the more we talk about it, the more I realize, wow, that's really f***ing stupid. I think a large part of it is setting these invisible boundaries to oneself. And I think a lot of us do that. I think a lot of us here in our chats, we set up these boundaries of, well, I want to talk to this person, but what if XYZ, I'm not good enough? Who says? Like, if I wanted to talk to this person, I should just do it. Or, again, I want to try this activity or this sport, but I don't think I'm good enough and XYZ. It's like, well, no, it's this person who's like half your age and suffers from this, physical or mental handicap is doing it. Like, you don't have an excuse. Do it. I know this is the whole, just do it, but man, like, you could do so much more if you just pull it up and try.
You gotta shoot your shot. Kids don't pop out with a fucking instruction manual. Like, if you want something, you need to do it. Okay, we're on ads, so I'm gonna commit a social faux pas while it's just you and I and the people that paid. This is definitely something I should not do, and I might get in trouble with it later. But this is just really funny, and I have to talk about it.
You're allowed.
And I'm so willing to pull back the curtain.
Listen, I've done a lot of weird shit on my stream. Go for it.
Discord. Yeah, one of my buddies just DM'd me on Discord. Was like, "Yo, dude, is that Jax VT in your chat?" And I'm like, "Who?" And they're like, "The gargoyle chick." And I was like, "Oh, that's cool." And they're like, "Tell her I'm a big fan." I'm like, "She's not here anymore, man." Relax.
No, she's an old homie. Known her for quite a while, and
that's cool.
It's one of those actually not to use. Fuck it, Jax, we're using you as an example. F you, I love you. But like, if I didn't know Jax already, my brain would have been like, "Ooh, I'm intimidated because unga bunga big streamer." When in reality, it's like they're just a person too. Who knows? They might even be lonely as well. They're just a nerd on the internet. I have a good friend who is in a big agency that makes me think of holograms. If you can, but that doesn't mean like when I first approached. Like, okay, when I first approached, there was that like nervousness kind of thing because like I was still very new. But they don't want to be talked to in any weird sort of way. Like, just be like, "Hey,
right.
It's good to see you." Hello, Mr. Shaq. Hello, Mr. John Cena. It's good to see you. Love your stuff. Move on.
Yeah.
And if you become friends, you become friends. And I'm fortunate enough that, kind of stuff does happen that way. But most of us here, we just want to be treated as equals. In fact, a lot of us who are VTubers, we were not treated as equals growing up.
Yeah. And all of these dorks are just fucking people. Like, and some of them, and some, like anybody else, some of them are like shitters and some of them are awesome, and like that's everyone anywhere all at once. Like some people suck and that's okay. There are ways that I suck as a person, you know, and thank fucking goodness for that, because if I was already perfect, well shit, I got a long way to go before I die. Bored as hell.
I got a dumb analogy, but like, listen, if I'm at, if you and, you know, famous person XYZ are both in the same building, you both still have to sit on the same fucking porcelain throne in that place, okay? Yeah. You're all gonna shit in the same place. Oh, man. No, I feel it, though. I get people do that to me too sometimes. They're like, I didn't know you know, blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah. I just talk and make friends. Unga bunga.
Yeah. I literally got mocked by an incredibly close friend last night for being like that. I just don't have the perspective of considering that, like, I just know a lot of incredible people, and that just comes from the fact of being in a place for a long time, right? Like I've been VTubing for 5.5 years.
Jesus.
You know, you get to know people, right, over time. And if it's like, okay, put it this way.
Go ahead.
If you regular a bar in your town, right? If you regular a bar in your town, that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody knows you. But if you always go to that bar on Friday nights at 5 p.m. and stay till 9, every person that ever goes into that bar at some point on a Friday between those times will eventually see you, and eventually everyone will know that you exist. And that's me. I've been at this shit for a long time. People just know I exist. It's crazy because people are like, oh, you're that like, how do you know that I am? And then I know you're an alcoholic. That's also true. That's also true.
Also to all your insecurities and habits. Yes. You're right. I've been a little over 3 years now myself. A little over 3 years, set up my accounts a couple months before that, and it's only just this year, it's in my 3rd year, that I really was starting, I'm going into my 4th year, that I've only just been now really starting to feel that kind of relaxedness about this sort of stuff. Like, I could have some big person send me a message for something, I'd be like, that's cool, let me think about it. Whereas like year 1, oh yeah, I would have been rattling in my boots and unsure of what to do. It really is experience, and there is a lot of a therapeutic feeling that this can do for you if it's for you. You know, VTubing, streaming isn't for everybody, but like any job or occupation that is outside the norm, that you can make the whole you don't work a day in your life if you really enjoy it. It has been soul healing. Even today, I would argue I've learned more today about myself than I have in quite a few other months. It's a learning experience. Yeah, it's a learning experience. I came in here feeling inadequate, feeling immature, feeling haunted by a lot of demons, feeling ostracized, feeling like I didn't belong, many of these things. And a small part of that will always exist.
Oh yeah.
But you can make it smaller. Have you ever heard the tree carving analogy?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I'll say it for the audience then.
Please.
When something bad happens to you, when you get a mental scar, think of it like a carving on a sapling, on a tree. To that sapling, the carving on that tree is bloody massive. It is a huge part, and that will stay there for the rest of that tree's life cycle. That will always be there. That's just a part of what it is. But while that scar looks big now, the tree grows. And as it grows more and more and more, that scar, that carving on it, will look smaller and smaller. It's not a matter of it healing completely and being gone forever. It is a matter of just growing as a person, as an individual, to the point that those marks and scars, you just look at it and be like, oh, that little tiny thing, it's whatever. And you can have a lot of those. You really could, and you will get more of them even in your larger part of the later years too. But you never stop growing, even when you're 60, 80 years old. I don't care. Never turn into that person who is sitting in the couch just watching Married with Children reruns all day. No, stay growing. I want to see 60-year-olds playing Fortnite and doing a default dance. Like, stay growing with it. I know the 6'7" meme is garbo, but when I see a 50-year-old be like, 6'7", whatever, like they laugh rather like, ugh, I smile a little because it shows that they have some spirit. It shows that they still have some, even if it's brain rot, it shows there is some youth in them. And I think...
Whimsical.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, stay whimsical.
Stay whimsical. Yeah. No, 100%. I use the Married with Children analogy, but no, if you are old in age, I will not consider you old as a person. If you know about Minecraft, if you are not too bad with a computer, if you go outdoors or you're not stuck in your ways on certain beliefs and you're open-minded, you could be in your 60s doing that. I'm not going to consider you old. But if you're in your 30s and you're stuck in your ways and you're extremely old-fashioned with everything and you're closed off and you're trying to relive the Big Brother core Xbox days only or whatever, you're starting to look kind of old to me, buddy. You're starting to look a little bit outdated. And I have to say, I value everybody's opinions, but I will definitely value the opinion a little less of somebody who is not willing to grow every other day. And that's where I put a firm foot down.
You gotta stay open to change. It's when you close off the potential for growth. That's when things start to creep in. And if you choose to do that, your shit better be pretty tight, because people are saying in chat, roots will find purchase.
Yeah.
Nothing is impervious. Not even dwarven made things are impervious. I respect an old dog with humility. I think that's why Broth likes me.
Yeah. I should say it better too. When I say old, I mean an old stubbornness. Because I'm old. I mean, I feel old. I don't mind old in age. Of course not. I'm not being ageist. But I mean old to the point of, I will consider you someone who is old and outdated if you are keeping your views outdated. A doctor has to go to a seminar every 6 months. And
right.
If they don't do that, then half of what they learn becomes outdated within 5 years. You need to stay on top of things. Not every little thing, I know shit about some, I don't know jack shit about some stuff. But when it comes to your current climate, I don't want to hear someone's, I'm not gonna get political or religious or whatever, but I don't feel comfortable when people have the right to decide certain things of what's good for me or not for me, when they don't even know most of what's going on in the current events, or trying to focus on progression in life rather than just re-looping the same old shit. I digress, because we can start getting to other topics too much, but...
Yeah, there's wisdom in the past, but when you let the past dictate the future and you've given up on the opportunity for the future to be different than what you've predicted, then you've erred.
Great way to phrase it. I'm really bad at phrasing things at times, so that's a perfect way to phrase it.
Sorry, I got very much distracted.
You're good.
I got followed by someone called God's Throbbiest Throngler. That's wonderful.
Well, I'm really happy to know that God's dealing with a very big... So thank you for that.
Yeah, for real. All right, so you had more questions.
Oh, no, sure. Because I did write a little bit down for us as we go through, and I'm also curious if you have any topics you want to ask me or bring up too.
No.
Well, me, I guess.
It's a weakness of mine. It's a weakness of mine. I know this to prompt. I'm very good at bouncing off prompts, and I'm very good at like building off of starts. But I'm very bad at developing initial prompts.
You're fine. It's all about getting a little better with some of these things, for sure. Because I actually, this is a funny thing. I'm gonna be streaming for like at least 2 more hours, and I have a talent manager meeting. I'm not gonna say who, but I've got a talent manager for myself now. So
Nice.
yeah. But I've been streaming a lot earlier too, and trying to get used to this old lady morning hours.
Encroaching on my time slot. I see you, bitch. Back up.
I don't have 5Gs. I think
that shit cracked me up, though. By the way, yes, Calamity. If you buy me pepper beef jerky, I would absolutely be about that. No,
do it. Put it on the throne.
Yeah, it should be. It might. I don't know.
I put that on my throne a lot. I put like little stream snacks
all the time.
My community. This is what's reminding me again that I found my home. I found my joy. They bought me a Switch 2 recently, and the new Star Fox game. It's been a crazy time, and maybe this will lead into a topic is having moved forward so fast for these 3 years. I haven't, again, like we said earlier, I haven't taken the time to slow down for myself, and the community really, really does encourage that. I think there is that fear of if I slow down too much, I'll be a failure. There is. Go ahead.
I have to step in. The real tragedy of that is that there's truth in it. Content creation is very momentum based. Now, like if you're if you're one of those like exceptionally talented, what's the word I'm looking for? Like video essayists, you're folding ideas, you're H-bomber guys type shit, where it's like you drop 2 videos a year, maybe a video a year, but everybody always watches it and it's 4 hours long. That's one thing, but that's a platform you build over years and years and years. But generally speaking, especially in the streaming world, and certainly so in the VTubing world, it's very momentum based. The attention economy is dire, and it's hard to keep people keep them with you, keep you on your shit. And so it's scary to be like, I'm gonna take a week off, or I'm gonna take a month off, or I'm gonna do this.
Yeah.
Like, I only stream twice a week, Yomi. So if I go to a convention, I'm missing a week of streams. And I always go to MagFest, so I always miss a week of streams in January. And I always get scared to fucking death that I'm gonna come back and no one's gonna be here. And that's a stupid fear because I'm wrong every time.
Yeah, like how does one deal with that? Because you're right, it's
take the fucking plunge.
Take the fucking plunge, I guess. Yeah, because it is the same thing. I built this, and it's one of the few times something I've built I have control over in the ways that I want. Not that I'm like a control freak, but I'm truly the captain of my own ship, and it's scary. All of you, it can be real scary to have it all behind you. You don't show up to a 9 to 5 and have someone else control things. That's part of the freedom of the job, but part of the freedom is that discipline. But you gotta discipline yourself to slow down a little too, I guess. And that's not easy for me. That really is, like we were saying earlier, I guess I've got to unplug. I have to, even if I have to take a physical reminder, like what, put my phone in a sock or something like that. I think that's a thing I've seen people do.
Yeah, lock it away and have an accountability buddy, Like, let's just use you and I for example.
An accountability buddy? Wait a second, what is that? I've never heard that before.
It's a person that you have, it's a person that you dictate to hold you to account, right? A really common version of this is like, Broth Bowl is my accountability buddy for me working out. So I ask Broth to help hold me to account to work out every day. And so Broth, for my benefit as a friend, will message me every day and be like, "Did you work out?" No, work out now. Stop what you're doing and work out. I'm gonna stay here until you work out. Right? So in that same thing, have an accountability buddy to help you be like, okay, hey, it's 3 p.m. Have you taken 2 hours for yourself yet today? No. Turn the fucking phone off. Leave. Go away. If I see you doing anything, if I see you post on fucking Twitter, if I see you go live on stream, if I see you doing this or doing that or getting into something, if I see you boot up fucking DaVinci Resolve, if I see you booting up a program where you create stuff, I'm gonna fucking get on your ass. Stop being, don't stop. Like, then that's an accountability buddy. It's someone that holds you to an account to the things that you're supposed to be doing, or in this case, supposed to not be doing.
Hey, chat, you wanna woo chat nuzzles lovingly? Would you like to be my accountability buddy?
This shit.
I mean, growing alongside your chat, wait, you can actually make something really special about that because you can all do it together. Oh man, to make chat your accountability buddy. No, all right, hell, fuck you. No, that actually is a really, like, it's such a simple tool. Because I'm kind of seeking out I always am careful with this phrase. You don't like seek out a friendship, but I'm kind of looking among my friendships for that, like, that ride or die. That, yeah, someone who can also be the accountability buddy. So I will keep this in mind. This will be a tool when I find the right person for it. I might even go abduct Helm, because Helm-chan and I, we've been waiting a long time to get back together with, like, you know, doing our stuff. Sadly, all this got in the way.
It'd be a surprise tool that'll help us later.
Exactly. I think a lot of stuff we talked about, it really is about equipping yourself with tools.
Yep.
Because there is that fear of failure. You know, allowing yourself. I know you and Joe Cat talked about this. This allowing yourself to make these mistakes, allowing yourself to, you know, try, fall off the bike a couple of times. There's the initial fear of even trying something to begin with that slows you down, that stops you. And I had that for the longest time. VTubing. I wanted to do streaming. Not even VTube in particular. I wanted to do streaming for many years before I finally pulled the trigger. And it really was this hold back of fear. Of people who would say, oh, well, you don't have a good voice for it. Or, oh, you're going to pick it up and put it down. Nobody's going to show up. Or people aren't going to find you funny. Or your voice, your laugh is obnoxious. And that was one of the only times I was ever able to get past the fear of failure. And that only happened because, minor trigger warning, I made an attempt. And that was over 3.5 years ago.
Hell yeah. I'm glad you failed.
I'm glad I failed, yeah. Also, hi Mira, I lurk in your streams all the time. It's good to actually see you here. You don't know me, but I actually earlier than this time of the day when you're live, I lurk in a lot of yours.
I fucking love Myra. She's my niece.
Well, maybe I'll have to kidnap them at some point, but I've been very keen on their success and been lurking a lot of their stuff in the background.
Yo. Everyone go follow Myra now.
Do it, cowards.
Yes, Bare Knuckle. That's one of the people you did at Chicago for.
9% of people who want to do something never start. So just by trying, you're in the top 10%, and 9% will quit in 6 months. So just trying and sticking to it puts you at the top 1%. Huh. I guess so. It kind of is like, I mean, because I think about the VTubing space too. How many people do start and then they give up? And it's okay. But a lot of folks who do start with big dreams, and they don't get those dreams as fast as they want, and they give up. It's difficult in this space because for many of us, we can find it to be another home. We can find the space to be eye-opening. For me, soul healing, finding a place of where I want to be. Yeah, one less VTuber.
Yeah.
But for so many more too, it can be a place of disappointment, of trauma, of running into the wrong people, getting hurt. I still walk on my toes all the time. It's like we said earlier. I have a shield raised when I meet somebody new, which it's not gonna. It's dooming things. It's dooming things from the start if I ever do. It's tumultuous, but I think anybody who is willing to, if you don't know until you try, and you want to find yourself in a place that maybe will work for you. Open the door, give it a try, and worst comes to worst, you're just closing one door. There's a million doors of opportunity out there. Maybe it's in sports. Nah, sports isn't working out. Okay, you open that door, you close that too. That's fine. Streaming, try that door, you close that too. Because the more doors you end up opening, trying something out in, and it doesn't work out, and you close that door temporarily, you still have thousands upon thousands of other doors, and you really should just keep trying opening each and every one of them until it comes to that case. Is that making sense?
Yeah.
Just need a little water. I tell that to my chat all the time. They're like, well, what if I try and it doesn't work out? Well, there's nothing wrong with closing a door.
Yeah. Then you did it at least. Like here's a really tough pill.
Let me hear it.
When it's all over, when you're on your last day, when there's very little time left, when there is no tomorrow, when breathing becomes difficult, and when you're holding the last few hands you'll ever touch, in that moment, the only thing you have to be able to do is look back at the path behind you, every step that you took, and look down and say, I am okay with what I did. I'm proud of what I accomplished, and I hope that everyone will be okay. Because those sins of your time, that pain, can't follow you. It's over now. And so you have to be able to be proud of what you did while you could, instead of wishing that you had spent that time doing things you thought about doing. Because now it's gone. Now you can't. So if you want to do things, try, fail, succeed. I don't know what comes after, but it ain't this. So while you're here, do what you can. You don't get another shot.
Do what you can. Yeah. It's... God, that... I'm trying not to cry a little through that one. It's true, you know, eventually one day we're all gonna be mulch. And if you can't lie there with some sense of pride, some sense of feeling like you've done it, feeling like you have reached an end with satisfaction, then you're in your dying breath gonna be there with regret. We gotta make sure, you have to make sure you don't live with regret. You'll have it for a moment, and then you can learn to cope, and then you can move past it. But if you can't move past it, what did you say earlier? Then what's after that? You die. Then you die. And I think that is probably my biggest weakness in summarizing all this is I live too much with burdens that many of them are stuff I don't have control over. I didn't have control over abusive parents. I didn't have control over, you know, the friends that I ended up making turning out to be XYZ. You didn't know any better. You were a dumbass kid, or you're still growing even to this day, still growing, still maturing, still getting past parts to where there is just a lack of knowledge and ignorance. you need to be okay with those mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you're not going to sleep right. You're not going to eat right. You're not going to be able to look back on the things that made you happy. You won't be able to look forward to find things that will make you happy. You won't be able to make the friends that are potentially out there because you're too scared to take those steps forward. And I say you with each of these analogies. I'm also saying me.
Yeah.
Because I am scared.
Good.
But I am feeling more equipped with these tools, with this advice. Because, yeah, one day I'll be gone. Maybe not even as a person, but one day YomiQuinnley will be gone.
Yep.
There'll be maybe some other place I find myself. And if YomiQuinnley is all I am, then what the hell is left when she's gone?
Mm-hmm. Drakan Adun was a half-dwarf, half-man. I was him for 20 years. I met my now wife as Drakan. I met some of my closest friends as Drakan. That's a name? It is a name. I met Digging for Nades, one of my closest friends. I met him as Drakan. He was 18 or 17 years old, and I handed him a drink. Before then, I was He Who Sucks, the Tauren Druid, healer of restoration magics for 10 years. Before then, I was Drakan 73M, a shitty role player in Yahoo chat rooms.
Fuck.
You know?
Thinking about how I met Helmchan. I met her on Gaia Online.
Yeah.
God.
These are all people I once was, and I have since at one time or another buried. There are people that I see that still call me exclusively Drakan.
Wow.
But that guy's dead. He doesn't really exist anymore. And someday, Horatius the Dwarf will no longer exist. Eventually, people will not call me Hora for short. People will forget the name Horatius Silverstone. But that's a long time from now. And when that happens, there will be someone new. It's interesting the shades of colors we don and doff. But we do good things and we tell good stories. Make memories, folks.
And make sure when you do, you don't close the book completely. You're just turning the page.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, everything that we're saying, I can start acquainting to, like, the hour before or 2 hours before on each one of these. Yeah, you're more than just a character. Your memories you leave behind. The smile someone has when thinking about you. Those memories keep your legacy going. It's, one of the things I say in my stream, every stream I try to say this, and it's, I'm glad you're here. Because not everybody has the luxury of hearing that. Whether it be family or friends. And it's just how the way that the world can be is it's put us in a place where we don't even think that we do belong here. It's what leads to the high, rates of insert word here, expiration. We need to be reminded that it might not be easy now. These hardships, they're gonna suck. You're gonna have what you think is the worst day of your life, and then a year later, you're gonna have the worst day of your life again. Just how that goes. But it's not an end. As someone who failed doing that, there is always somebody who wakes up thinking of you in some way. There is always the next day. Because just when you think this is a phrase I said to myself, just when you think you've lost everything, you still have your future. That is the one thing that you do still own. Nobody can take away from you. Well, I guess a bullet can, but just be careful. But that is the most important thing to try to control, is that you do have a future, no matter how bleak the current situation is.
Mm.
And I think more and more as the world feels a little bit more lonely and darker, that's something I want to remind people. I think we all need to hear. Because I'll be real, I'm not the most fond of where things are going in terms of the broad future. We're so focused on short-handed solutions. Easy solutions. Convenient solutions. When was the last time you slowed down and took a stop and said, what about 5 years from now? What about 10 years from now? I did that with VTubing. I didn't do this as a short-term solution. I genuinely thought to myself, if this can work, this can be my life. But when I picked up DoorDashing before that, no, that was a staunch of the wound. That was a temporary solution. That's why it wasn't a good solution. It was just a convenient little solution. And I think more of us need to look at the bigger picture. It's why relationships can be hollow. It's why people will quickly lie to do something convenient. It's why we'll do something that is good for us but hurt others, is because we're looking for the quick and easy way out. A stopgap measure, yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big reason the world is hurting so much, and why many of us are hurting, is we're quick to yell and try to stop something when really we should be sitting in a moment of peace, listening, finding a solution amicably. Fuck, man, I'm so I don't know how I'm gonna carry my day after this. It feels good. It feels good. But man, like, between you and my new therapist and my new talent manager and stuff, like, where is all there is so much of a warm impact happening in so many ways that it's a lot. Crying is an option. Fuck you.
True. Crying is a free action.
It's a free action. So was a 20-second long JoJo speech, but true.
Yeah. Dwarf, you're a great therapist. Thanks.
Great streamer, by the way.
Yeah.
Hi, Waffle. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh my gosh. Wait, Waffle!
Mm-hmm.
I watch a lot of Waffle. Little shout out. I mean, they're the first time here, chatter, but Waffle Bean does a lot of amazing YouTube videos giving advice about, well, essentially how to keep yourself going as a streamer. Some notions people have about streaming that they could have wrong. Some great examples about people who will go into here thinking XYZ when in reality they are not doing the ABC. They also do like models themselves, so I would imagine wanting people that you want to have people get models and actually keep them alive for more than 6 months. Very good, Bean. I'm gonna can a mod shout out? I'll do it myself actually. I got 2 fingers. So it's good to see you, Waffle. I want to talk to you at some point. You're really cool. This has been emotional though. I think the hardest thing for me to pick up from this that I have to work on is again, you said it's a good word. Ignorance. It's not maliciousness. It's not immaturity for being immature. It is a lack of worldliness and a lack of knowledge. I don't, because I don't want that to be as a shield. I've had people before say, well, you're 30 whatever years old. You should know better.
Oh, okay. What grade was I supposed to learn that? Oh, school of life. It's like, okay. Is that a universal experience? Is that something that everyone goes through at like 22? Or did I miss that day? Was I sick during that lesson? Like, nah, that's I don't know. I'm very much of the statement that like everyone's path through life is radically different from everyone else's. And so to navigate those air quote life lessons happens to everybody differently at different times.
Yeah. Some of us are unable to get a hold of the resources that we wanted, and that doesn't make you, any of you here, that doesn't make you a bad or a weird person. Literally, like, we don't have a lot of control of stuff in our youth. You can have control as you grow up older, we said. Because yeah, a lot of us will miss those lessons, for sure. It's a lot to think about. Like, there is the fear of failure, the avoidance of trauma that can happen from it, the feeling of inadequacy due to a lack of knowledge on things, the forcing oneself to work as hard as they do to find some value in personal success, or even in a way it's making you ignore the bigger picture, the bigger problem. I feel seen.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how else to phrase it, but I hope some people can learn off of what we've talked about today.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this has been two people with a fair amount of life experience, discussing their own experiences through their own perspectives. And, like, this is, like I said at the top, this is not therapy. This might be therapeutic for some of y'all, but this ain't therapy. This is, if you think that this stuff hits particularly hard and you want to explore these topics more, then my main rec is that you should go and find yourself a professional to explore this with. If you can't introspect through it on your own. And if you don't know what introspection is, you should. Introspection is the process of looking inward and understanding your own behavior by breaking it down and looking at it. Also, the fact you have a side day emote means you're in the right spot, Kit. Side day is one of my psychoshis.
Excellent. Actually, you mentioned the looking inwards in yourself.
Yeah.
I want to do more of that myself too. And I honestly don't know if I'm on the right path of doing it or if I'm doing the right steps. But when do you know it's a good time to stop and have some introspective on yourself and reflect and even ask yourself, like, where did this go wrong? Did I mess this up? Was it truly like all on someone else's fault? Or even just, not just like blaming and faulting, but when do you know the line of like, I need to stop and really evaluate, kick the tires, check the brakes?
The time to introspect. Oh, sorry. I thought.
No, that's good. You're good. Go ahead.
The time to introspect is after whenever you've felt big emotions. Whenever you've felt big emotions, positive, negative, or neutral, that's when you introspect. Because shit is never black and white. It is never just somebody else. It's always you a little bit. Maybe it's you a lot of bit, but it's always at least you a little bit. Everything. There's always something that you did, even if it's just you fucking breathed. Like, you know, you can be like, oh, how did I breathe in that situation that could have contributed to this outcome? Like, I'm not saying butterfly effect type shenanigans, because I think that's a little bit of a silly theorem, but like the idea that you're a part of something. And so if something happened and it affected you, what did you do about it? Why did you do what you did about it? Right? So in any circumstance, for positive or for negative, what did you do and why did you do it? And then when you think that you have the answer, keep fucking looking, because you probably don't have it all yet.
Damn, you dig deeper and deeper, even when you think you found treasure, because there's more beyond silver. There might be the gold past it. Dwarven analogy for you.
Oh yeah, well played, well done. But yeah, like, just because you think you understand why you did something, you need to look deeper, because there could be reasons that encouraged that. I know that I am a person who is very willing to give the shirt off my back. And so when I see myself do something, I go, okay, why did I do that? Oh, because I like to take care of people. Well, why do I like to take care of people? Well, because of your insecurities about being taken care of yourself. Well, why do I care so much about that? Well, because hopefully there's the idea that if you take care of other people, that people will want to reciprocate that as a social kindness, and that's how you end up, currying the favor to get yourself taken care of. Well, why do I think of it like such a transaction? Well, because the world that you live in is a capitalistic one, and blah, 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 blah. My point is, the layers do continue to go as far as you're willing to dig. And you can get satisfied with your answer at some point, right? I know not to rely on that, Mikey, but I'm saying, like, that's, that could be a reason why you do something. So if you look into your recent past and you see some big shit that popped off and you're like, well, what did I do in that situation? And how could I have done that differently? What was my role in that? And how did I influence that situation? And then why did I do it that way? What pushed me to respond or to act in the way that I did that I may or may not be proud of?
Damn, the transactional part stuck out to me. Because I'm a people pleaser. And I do that because, again, I found my joy here. And I want other people to find their joy too. So I'm constantly, I have two, I'm not even gonna say names. I have 2 messages right now sitting in my DMs from not even 24 hours ago with people asking, questions, advice about their place here in VTubing. And it's not a transactional thing to me, but it begins to make me wonder at times, like, why is it that I am constantly wanting to appease other people to, feel better in this space or feel better about themselves? Am I just a people pleaser? Am I trying to garner goodwill? Is it because I don't know how to make friends otherwise? I try to tell myself the biggest reason is just because VTubing saved my life and I want people to find their joy in it too. I worry if there's something I don't know even about myself, or if it's unhealthy that you can be a people pleaser. If it's maybe is causing you to not learn about yourself, or is there a negative connotation to being a people pleaser? Or even overusing the definition? Thank you, Tommy.
Yep. Good. Keep digging.
Well, is it something that, like, I should be, if you want me to keep going, like, it's man, like, I like it. I'm happy that I can make people happy. I gain joy when I see others in delight. I've never, as far as I know, I've never been like, well, I did this for you. So no, that's not the kind of person that I am. In fact, I'm thankful when someone reaches out to help me, and even surprised, which is funny because it's like we said earlier, you can be nice to somebody, but then you struggle when someone's nice to you. But there's that worry of, what is there something there that I am subconsciously unaware of? Is there more to it than just, I like to just make people happy? Again, for me, it's this space too. Do you have advice for people who are people pleasers?
Yeah, you're a person. Make sure you please yourself. Like, if you're a service top, don't forget to top yourself. Like, it's good to derive enjoyment from taking care of other people, but you need to make sure you are also taking care of yourself.
All right, you heard it here. So if you're sucking some people's cocks, make sure you suck your own too. Okay.
Yeah, or just have someone else do it. Make sure you get your cock sucked as well.
Fuck! Just don't use the AI chat bots to do that.
Right. Yeah, don't do that.
Jesus.
That's my main advice is to not forget that you're a person and that you as a person deserve to be pleased as well. Because it's really, really easy to lose yourself in service. It's very easy to lose yourself in service. And that's a mistake.
Giving yourself away too much, you start to kind of break a little bit off. Yeah, this goes back to giving myself more free time. You know, giving myself more time to relax. I think we all just need some friends. I think we all just need to be having our buddies where it doesn't always have to be content either. Just hit up a game. It sounds so simple, but even now, as we're when things wrap up later today, my brain is like, well, I got this list to do, and that list is gonna only get bigger if I don't tackle it. And I gotta do this, this, and this. Get to work. And where along in those lines do you treat yourself like a person? I think too many of us in this content grind. I don't even like calling it a grind because it's not like this is fun for me.
The whole time. You treat yourself as a human the whole time. It's okay to help build up other people. It's okay to lift other people up, but you never forget to attend to yourself. You have to make sure that you are good and you are treated well and you are appeased and you are doted. Because your shit matters, and you have to don't neglect yourself. It's okay to overcharge your systems a little bit. It's okay to push the engine a little hard every now and then for a little while, right? It's okay to push your needs to the side for a moment when other people have emergencies, when other people have big needs, right? Exactly, Myra. But you always have to make sure you come back to yourself and have other people reciprocate that help, because in that time where you are giving but not also receiving, you have to rebuild that energy reserve that you burned.
We're not a machine.
No. You'll break yourself, right? Dingle Danger Noodle asked, what if somebody has no ability to watch even beyond the next hour, let alone a long-term or short-term solution? If you're literally laying track directly ahead of yourself in life, then you need help. You need resources. And you need to reach out to the people that are near you to get those resources. Because you need to be able to plan more than one step ahead of yourself. And that could even be small things, like you know what you're going to eat for dinner tomorrow night. Like that's a small thing in the grand scheme, but you should be able to know that. Maybe you don't know exactly what you're going to eat tomorrow night, but you know what's an option, right? I don't know what I'm going to cook for dinner tomorrow night, but I know that I got chicken thighs. I know that I got cubed beef, and I know that I've got popsicles and spinach in my freezer. So something amongst that could be my dinner tomorrow night, but I don't know what it is yet, and that's okay.
Spinach popsicles. Right? Now, and you celebrate every little victory. I woke up today. I brushed my teeth today. You know what? Pat yourself on the back for that. I've been doing that a lot more recently, giving myself little micro victories. Even as dumb. Okay, this is the dumbest example. I moved from doing already like ground coffee to doing coffee beans. Yes, coffee beans takes more time, but you know what? It's healthier. I mean, it's a little better. It tastes better. That's a little victory. I'm taking like an extra minute a day for that. I got a little bearded dragon. I got to take care of them. I pat myself on the back every day. I feed them because it shows I'm like having responsibility. I'm taking care of something.
In fact, we're going to call back to an old beloved trope on this channel.
Yeah.
I would like everybody that's willing to post a victory. It can be as small as you want. It can be as big as you want. But I want to see everyone post a victory in chat and then compliment someone else's victory.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
You shitted? Hell yeah, Nades. You shitted while you have 2 young children in your house that you've made? Cheers, dude.
You've reached
Shout out to
affiliate,
Jesse.
Bonnie. I mean, the fact that you even went live to begin with and started streaming is amazing. Most people take a long ass time to reach affiliate. You got something natural going on there. Hell yeah.
Reach out to friends. You didn't reach out to me, Kyra. That's fucked up.
Took a shower. It was too lazy to do yesterday. Good job. I mean, you're no longer being stinky. That's another that's 15 minutes or whatever of time. You know, some people will be like, I could have gained that 15 minutes or something like that. Fuck no, that's good. 2 commissions? I would love seeing all this. Ultrasound appointment. You look at this. Like, these are great things. And nobody is here to tell you otherwise. Like, oh, good, you good for you. So we'll do it for you. Oiled your
It's all
hair.
perspective, right?
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, some people, I forget to put on like cream for my face. Like, that'll help out over time. Like, that's good that you can do that. Running your treadmill, exercise.
Hell yeah.
Well, that's the thing a lot of people lack on doing.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's like celebrate the little so that you're more acclimated to celebrating the big. Myra mentioned earlier, journaling helps a lot with clearing your mind and as well as with planning. Yeah. Writing shit down is real. I have a whiteboard for the exact reason, you know?
Yes.
It doesn't always work, but if I put something on the whiteboard, I'm going to do it.
That actually helps me sleep a lot. You know, if you're ruminating a lot before sleep because you're thinking, I got to do this tomorrow, and if I don't want to forget it, so I got to keep it fresh in my brain right before sleep, just write it down so that way you can clear your brain RAM. That's what I call it.
Mm-hmm.
And now, because I do that. I have a list. It's my to-do list. It never ends. But I sleep better because I don't have to try to think about tomorrow and what I'm going to do. No, I'm going to wake up fresh tomorrow after I did my ASMR and Uma to go to sleep to.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be like, all right, wake up, coffee, shower, let's go.
Pocket Paris, that's so cute, girl.
I should get a blackboard. I just use little notepad or something like that. Okay, you want a tiny victory? I have on my to-do list, go check the mailbox. Well, my mailbox is on the other side of the apartment complex. I have to like walk not a quarter mile. I have to walk a little bit. So I have to write myself down and remember that. But that's a mini victory. I'm gonna go over there. I think I have like 2 or 3 things in there. It is the little stuff. And I think it'll help you over time to be trained for the bigger stuff for sure. Get your eyes to your little shut up. Yeah. Freaking proud of you all. We'll talk more about that too, like afterwards. And there's always next time too if you fail. You know, I'm sad I'm not going to Off-Kai this year. But I got next year.
Oh, I'm so fucking distraught I'm not making it to Off-Kai.
Yeah.
But next year it'll be alright.
I
Plus
made
there's
the...
MagFest.
Yes! Next year I'm going to be on a couple. I hope to see you. I had to make a choice earlier this year. I was like, okay, well, there's On-Key coming as well. Kind of close back to back between the two. I was like, I'll do On-Key. Because I didn't experience that yet. Egg on my face, which one I chose, you know. But...
Right.
Next year.
Yeah. One day you want to do Off-Kai? I recommend it. I went to the second ever Off-Kai. It was a lot of fun and I want to go back. But flying over to California from Maryland is a fucking expensive ordeal.
Oh, it is. Get those tickets nice and early. I'm gonna buy my tickets, like, my plane tickets. I'm gonna get them, like, January or some dumb shit. I'm gonna get that as soon as possible. I love this.
MagFest? Oh, Anikiki. I never miss MagFest. I go every year.
What year is MagFest?
If anyone
What
ever-
time of the month is MagFest? Yeah, what month
It's
is
in
MagFest?
January. And, here, let's see.
I'm gonna look this up.
Saw that command? Yeah. MagFest this year is January 7th to 10th in the Gaylord National Hotel in the National Harbor just outside of D.C. in Maryland.
Oh. Okay. Oh, it's in Maryland.
Yeah.
I mean, as an East Coast, that's a lot. Guys, that might be the convention I do for the first one next year.
I'm a fucking freak. I'm a freak the fuck out. Hell yeah.
I'll look into that. I'll look into that.
I go every year. I go every single year. If anyone ever goes to MagFest, reach out and let me know when that you're gonna be there, and I'll come by and say hey.
Yeah, we got a
The
pizza
Greenwood
together.
Hotel. Be an adult.
I know the ones I'm thinking next year is Offkai, Magfest, I think it was Otakon, Tommy, you know. And then like room for one more. I want to do 4 conventions next year because I did not do a lot this year. Shoot, that makes sense. Oh yeah, it's really close. Wow. You know, I want to thank you for this.
You're welcome.
Not just from me personally, but also my community. I adore my community. I know we do talk a lot about mental health stuff. We do value and try to help each other out a lot. I think there are so many people here who needed to hear this. My lab assistants, make sure to thank Horatio. I hope this was able to help you. Were you guys able to get a nugget of knowledge? Were you able to learn a little bit of maybe about yourself?
Yeah, come follow me on twitch.tv/HoratiusTheDwarf.
Please shout yourself out. I'm gonna fucking do that right now. Please talk about yourself. Cause you freaking should. You're an absolute fucking gem in all of this.
Yeah, I'm awesome.
Yeah, kind of the big deal.
Yeah, I'm fucking cool as shit.
You are. I really do value our friendship.
Watch my streams on Saturdays and Sundays at 10 a.m. EST.
The fact that right out of the gate, you said like, hey, one day, like, I'm gonna fail you, you're gonna fail me, or like, we're gonna do it, and we gotta be okay with that. That immediately was like, yeah, I feel at ease, because, man, we walk in eggshells around people all the time. And it's as soon as you do make a mistake with somebody and you both are able to rectify and walk through it together, that friendship feels stronger. I have told every one of my friends, anyone has maybe we've had that happen. I say, yeah, I feel closer to you now because I trust that if I fuck up again in the future, I now know. We've experienced this. I now know. We'll just walk through it, and vice versa. Yeah. You now know that as well, so you don't have to be as scared. It's so important to me. So, man, I need a good stretch. Did you have anything else that you wanted to say before we possibly wrap things up?
Yeah, my wife said I have to talk about the concert I'm going to be a part of tonight. It's over at VKET. I do not know exactly all the information, but if you go look up VKET, you'll be able to find the information about it. I'll be performing tonight at 7:45 for about 15 minutes, and then several other days throughout next week. So if you go check out my Discord, I have the information. It is in VR chat. Yeah, I'm gonna be performing on a virtual stage for the very first time. I'm excited.
Yes! Again, I'm fucking proud of you. That's so cool.
I'm excited.
As you should be. Gosh, speaking of VR chat, you might see me there pretty soon. I have a model that's nearly finished. Working on the Warudo side first. VR chat, I do have to get a VR headset soon. But once I get that, which I'll probably throw yeah, you're gonna see the silly goober. Actually, what headset do you use? What VR
I don't have
do
one. I'm gonna be on desktop.
Gotcha,
I have a
gotcha.
HTC Vive, but it doesn't work.
I got you.
I haven't sorted it out yet.
Yeah, I'm just picking anybody's brains on what they have. I'm thinking the Quest 3 is possibly what I'll get, but yeah. Valve Index. I'm so excited for like the new Valve one coming out, the Steam whatever, but like prices right now. Ugh.
Yeah, they're rough.
Yeah, Steam Frame, that was it. I think though, I want to thank you again for this. I am going to get some food. I'm probably gonna stream for another like 30 or 40 minutes just to wind things down with chat. But
carry on.
Rock and stone.
To the bone. Thanks for having me, Yomi. I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
We will. Thank you for inviting me to this. Everybody, once again, please follow Horatius if you haven't. And yeah, we're gonna hang out again real soon. You need anything? I'm just a DM away. I know you've got a lot of good safety nets. That's another thing, folks. Make sure you have safety nets we're talking about. I feel like I got a safety net in you. And I hope you got that in me as well.
And to all of your people, thank you for coming by. Thank you for having very polite questions and treating these topics with the gravity that they deserve. You've all impressed me. Not that you were trying to, but you did.
Oh.
And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day with Yomi and wherever she sends you thereafter. Take care and be well. I'll talk to you later, hon.
Take care. Bye-bye. Wow. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Oh. Chat, thank you. Now cry, big baby. Oh, okay, I can't now that you said that, Hale. This is gonna sound really corny. I'm gonna leave. I love after a collab to leave a message. Whenever I do a collab, I like to leave a little side message being like, I had so much fun because I did. That was Horatius! Yomi just precious. No, all of you! You all were amazing. And I'm really glad that we were able to give some help. I know we talked a lot about, stuff for... most, broad questions and stuff that I have personal stuff with and whatnot, but... yeah, that really meant the world to me. And I really hope that this could have done a lot for you all, too. Because, we're goobers. We're silly. We're sussy. We're strange. We do a lot of weird stuff here. But, the most important thing to me is, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I want to make your days better. I'm somebody who will be strange and loud and wild, but that's because I want you all to be happy. And if I can't do that, then I haven't done what I feel is my job. Not that I want to call Vtuber my job. It technically is, but that's just something I wave a hand over. My real job is to make sure that all of you are taken care of and happy. It's why we have a big Discord for you all, where I have to say, I've been seeing a lot of you in late night calls together in our general chat and our gaming chat and stuff. And that warms my heart. That is exactly what I've been wanting to build this community up to being something where you can all be together and celebrate, help each other out, be friends together. It's meant everything to me. I see it too. Horatius is an amazing person. I really mean it. They've looked out for me at times. They've messaged, they talked to me, and honestly, I constantly had that feeling of, well, I don't deserve this. But what did Horatius say? Do not say a no you. Instead, it's gonna be thanks you as well. I think I'm even gonna change the no you emote to say reverse or uno instead. Cause you know what? That really resonated with me. They really hit. We are gonna be ending in just a moment. I need to get some food. I need to go also buy some food for little baby Zen. I think she had her last crickets this morning. I got a little meeting. I got a new talent manager. Gonna be meeting with them in a bit. And I also want to make sure that tonight I'm able to do a couple of little things for myself. So I don't mind saying I got to go through my emails. I got to go through some D&D stuff. I have to set up my Switch 2. You guys bought me some nice things on Throne. I want to go actually make those purchases. I want to set up the marshmallow. I want to start working on a video. There's actually a lot of little stuff. Never mind the fact that tomorrow, we're going to be setting up the schedule for tomorrow. Or next week. Let me tell you what we got going here. Have you ever gone through Blaze Blue story stuff? I did a long time ago. I don't really remember it very well. Taokaka is my favorite, though. Let me tell you this, though, guys. Next week, We have a collab with Chonky Lotus. We're going to continue our Pokemon streams. I am also going to be doing ASMR. I have an ASMR stream for you guys. And something I've been really looking forward to in a Mario 64 Nuzlocke. You're probably wondering what the fuck that is. Basically, I start with one character who only has one life. Mario, Luigi, or Wario. They only have one life. This could die in Bomb on Battlefield. When I enter a new zone, the first time I enter a new world, so when I enter Bomb on Battlefield, I spin a wheel. Depending on who that wheel lands on, I unlock that character. But once again, they only have one life. So it could be Pomni, it could be Sonic the Hedgehog, it could be Kirby, it could be whatever. So technically that means I get, what, 15 worlds plus your starter? I get 16 lives. So if say I'm playing as Kirby, and Kirby dies in Shifting Sandland, Kirby's dead. Kirby's f***ing dead. So this is an incredible idea I've been having for a while. And this is gonna be our next stream, a Super Mario 64 Nuzlocke. You do not want to miss it. This is gonna be one of the coolest streams I've done in a while. Oh God, put your Mario hat on! Good riddance, oi. Oi, don't do my boy down like that. The M64 said, yes! Super Mario 64 Nuzlocke. So, got a lot of plans for you guys next week. Also, the collab with Chonky, we're gonna be going over your OCs. I'm actually gonna contact Chonky like tomorrow, so we start setting it up. We're gonna have a submission form for you guys to send, and it will be us going over your OCs. It's gonna be very positive. It's up to you, Hale. We're gonna tear yours to shreds. I say we're gonna raid out. We're gonna get nice and hyper again for our next streams. But we're gonna raid out, and since we started streams so early, and we're ending so early, there's actually a friend I almost never get to raid. So we're gonna raid Zenny. I'm gonna wait for their ad break to end. Zenny is currently in ad break, but once they're done with that, picture only. We'll find out. I don't have exactly what the submission form. We're gonna build the submission form, but the submission form is going to be on Twitter, Blue Sky. We're gonna talk it out. I don't have the exact one-for-one details. I have to sit with my collab partner Chunky, and we're gonna get it started. So, yeah. Make sure you rest. Well, I will say out to all of you, I hope you guys enjoyed today. This was a very, very special stream, and I want to do some more stuff like this in the future. You know, I have some ideas. But I promise you guys that, you know, everything that we did talk about today, I'm gonna work on myself too. You know, that's been something I've been doing for a while, is I really wanted to work on myself. I really want to just grow as a person. Not that I have anything bad that I'm hiding or anything went wrong, just literally like, hey, these are things that I feel I can get better with. So, today really helped with that. Hi, Vex! We were just about to wrap up. Welcome! Literally, you arrived just as we're raiding out. I love listening to you all at work. Yeah, it makes it easier. Oh, I know a lot of you are working out, even. That was really cool. A lot of you are even saying, like, I'm listening while doing XYZ. Oh, you're fine, Vex. It's good to see you. Yeah, but I have some stuff to do. My... Zen is, like I said, Zen has been in the middle of shedding. Her whole back, she has like a giant scale just like hanging. You want to see her really quickly? Hold on. Let me show you this really quickly. So Zen is over here. You can see along her back. You see that white kind of patch along her spine? That is a half-shedded scale. So again, she's shedding. That's normal. She's a baby. You know, she sheds a lot. So She's very slow to shedding, you know, because she's new to it. She's a baby. But yeah, she's up there. She's probably a little hungry. Get the moisturizer. How big is she? She's not even as big as my middle finger. She is genuinely baby. Which is why she needs extra care and attention. She is like 5 or 6 inches long. I thought that before. She was definitely sold to me a little on the earlier side of her life. Which is why I gotta be very, very careful and very attentive to her. I gotta be very attentive to her. Alright, everybody. We're gonna raid out. We're gonna raid our friend Zenny. We're gonna raid Zenny Tan. Zenny is a very good friend. You guys have seen Zenny in our streams before. I actually love to lurk in Zenny's streams. They're playing Ocarina of Time right now. You know, I love that game. Oh, I had so much fun with it. They're playing Ocarina of Time right now. Perfect thing to raid into. Which, speaking of, now that I have a Switch 2, I am going to get Ocarina of Time 2. And during its release time, we're also gonna have a Zelda month. We're gonna do Ocarina of Time, and we're going to build the Lego Deku tree. So the Deku tree that you guys got me, it's sitting on the side. I'm gonna wait until Ocarina of Time has its remake release. I love that. You guys know I only play games on release if it's something I'm super looking forward to. And this one I'm super looking forward to. So that means... Ba-ba-da-ba! It's gonna be Zelda week in a couple months for us, yeah! Okay, everybody, let's go raid Zenny. I want you all to be just wild and silly and have all the fun in the world. And as always, everyone, thank you. And remember to love, laugh, learn. Bye-bye! 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 Mwah!
I made it. 1 second. Not even close, baby.